Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, testing. May I know, is the audio okay? Thank you. Let me know if anyone cannot receive the audio. This session is being recorded now. It's already started. Whether or not because we may need some cutting so before we release, there will be some cutting first. If sometimes I let you to let the participants to record yourself. If not too slow and you would like to record, maybe I'll just enable some of you so that you can do the recording. Okay, in today's class, right, we are doing what we used to do. That means we are learning plug-in. But this plug-in is for AutoCount Accounting 2.1. So the purpose is to show you the 2.1. Actually, it's the same as the 2.0. The only thing different is we have to make sure the .NET framework is 4.8. You need to choose .NET framework 4.8. Other than that, it's similar to 2.0. If you've been doing plugin 2.0, then you'll find that it's very similar. Okay, my plan is at first I'm thinking of whether to go for advanced class. Advanced class, then I need more time to prepare, as well as that means advanced class, I'll be covering something that's more practical because there are quite a lot of questions being asked, especially the APA part. So I'm thinking probably this month we'll go something basic first. We still go back to the basic first. Then maybe June or July, if there's not something on now in the company event, then maybe June or July, I will have a more advanced class for the plugin. Something more practical, like common issue that we encounter, some things like the UI thing. But one thing, if you have been using, doing AutoCount plugin or especially plugin, you'll find that the UI, right, Developer Express, right, that AutoCount is using, that component you can actually inquire or download from our wiki website. I'll show you where the wiki website is. If you've been visiting our wiki website, it's at the wiki.autocountsoft.com. Okay, so here wiki.autocountsoft.com, then you go to the programmer section. Most likely you will come into this page. Okay, when you see this page, you just scroll to the bottom, then click this. There's a what you call C#. Okay, here you just click in here, then you can find the latest any announcement or notice. I'll put it here. Okay, so if you scroll here, sometimes I'll move around, or it depends on question that I encounter. Some people, I used to put the programmer download at the bottom, but then I noticed a lot of people don't scroll down to look for the download. So now I put at the top here, and the contents followed by the contents here, and so on. This design actually, even though at the time when design, right, in my mind I was thinking it's for like mobile user also can see, but then actually not quite easy to read also, even if it's on the mobile. Sorry. So okay, so it's now 10:02. I guess a lot of people sign up classroom and then end up online. I heard my colleagues say that there are many sign up at both sides. I don't know how you're going to split yourself to classroom and online. Well, anyway, thank you that we still have some people in the classroom, so I won't feel so lonely. If you decide to come over now, maybe you're just next door drinking coffee, you want to come over now also can. Okay. So what do we need for today's classroom? I better show you now first. I'll be using, like I'll say, I'll be using. First, I'll be using Visual Studio 2019. Why not 2022, right? Yeah, because of a lot of our projects, right, are still using 2019. And I noticed that some of the old projects, if we convert to 2022, right, it cannot go back to 2019. And some components is not supported in the 2022. So that's why I continue to use the Visual Studio 2019. But if your computer has already installed 2022, that's okay also. You can use 2022 because 2022 support framework 4.8. So we need Microsoft.NET framework 4.8. Okay. And also we need to install AutoCount or accounting 2.1. Any version will do as long as 2.1 point something. And also we need, if you have SQL Management Studio, that will be useful. But if you don't have, that's okay also, because Management Studio is just for us to use it to try out our SQL. Sometimes we want to know whether the SQL works or not, or test, but today we won't be testing whether our SQL works or not. So that's fine if you haven't installed it. But I'll be using it to show you some of the tables. Okay, later I'll explain why I'll show you the SQL part for the auto count tables. You can get the latest version of the SQL server. Or I mean, if you're saying the SQL server, right? Come with the product, I believe it's something like 2012 SP3. But you can go for higher like 2019 or latest is 2022. You can go for that. SQL, but minimum I believe is 2012. Minimum, this minimum. SQL Server is 2012 SP3, if I'm not mistaken. But you can also use SQL Server 2019 and or 2022 or something. Management Studio, you can use the latest. You can use if you go download right at the Microsoft website, you will always use the latest. I think currently it's 22 point something. Or you just go Google, Google search. All right, Google search and search for SQL Server Management Studio. Here, you see the SSMS and make sure it's a Microsoft website. Then you just click into the site. Here you can see free download for the SQL website. Oh, sorry, it's only 19.0. I thought got 2.2 already. Never mind. Okay, so anyway, you just follow the link. So they always will update you with the latest, any fix or something. Okay. And good morning. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Daniel, and I'm from AutoCount. Today I'll be sharing plugin programming. So if you wonder what is plugin, plugin, because plugin, more students coming. Thank you for coming over. Good morning. We're just starting. So we are looking into the requirement, or I'll be using what tools for today's training. Right. Oh, okay. So anyone else in the waiting room? Wait, let me see. Where is the tools? Okay. Okay, even though I'm showing you the Visual Studio, right? Because it's basic, so I won't be emphasizing on hands-on now for this, because I look at the list. Most of you has already attended before for the 2.0 and so on. So I'll go a little bit faster maybe, and then won't be for hands-on, right? I'll try to slow down when I think that you all can catch up. But if I see that it's more important to learn the topic, right, then I'll speed up. That's usually how I do it. And so if you see, because there's some part, right, I believe it's not easy to follow, especially when I come to this part, the Developer Express part. Because now my computer is installed with the Developer Express components. And then if you already you have installed before, then it's most likely currently is a trial version on your computer. If that's the case, right, then you won't be able to follow the part when I want to show you the UI, how you can use the design for the Developer Express component. But that's I'm not going to emphasize on this part, but I'll just show you if you're because of the tools or any reason, that's fine. You don't have to follow. You can also download the trial version for 30 days. If you haven't installed yet, then you can actually come to this programmer download here. Come back to the programmer download at the wiki site. You can find a lot of downloads here. Such as you can find AutoCount accounting here. All right. Okay, the download here not necessary for the AutoCount accounting, right? Not necessary is the latest version. usually I only put the version if I see there's the need or necessary lah. By right, I should follow this version. If the 2.1.3 next time you got 1.3, then I'll most likely lah to upload and put it here. Otherwise, like for this revision, right? The vision update, usually I won't put here. But for user, usually revision update is important for user. So maybe I explain a little bit on this version, how AutoCount manage or maintain the version. This, recently we upgrade to 2.1, right? So why we increase this number? Actually, 2.1 is same like 2.0. There's not much features enhanced or feature improved, though there are still a little bit of features add on now, but it's not the main reason why we increase the version to 2.1. So the main reason that we increase to 2.1 is because of the foundation, the framework. That is the main reason. So the main reason is the framework is now upgraded to 4.8. That's why we have to increase to 2.1, because if you are using plugin, right, that previously is 2.0, your framework is 4.6.1. Some of the plugin can continue to run, run on the 2.0, but some cannot. Those components, because you got use JSON or anything, right? Sometimes the JSON, you see, the version is different. So if the JSON component version is different, right? Because AutoCount accounting now using 13.0.1, then you have to change your version inside your plugin. Or if your plugin got use JSON or some other components that require you to update or upgrade, then you have to recompile your plugin. Okay. And also, this version, right, is usually the third. This one we call it build or build. This is called major, this is called minor, and then this one is called build, and then this one is called revision. So for the build, right, usually is if there's any table structure enhancement or change, then we have to increase the third digit. So the third digit is the revision. And usually if there's no structure or anything changes inside AutoCount accounting, that means we only make some minor change or some fixing or debugging or something like that, right? Some very minimum changes, then we will increase the revision number. So we won't touch the build and the number. So in other case is, if today you are using the API of AutoCount accounting, and you wonder, hey, whether I need to upgrade as when the revision has increased, the answer is no. You no need to recompile your plugin or anything. This usually usually is like that. Unless there's a special case that revision require you to upgrade because of some bug inside, right? Then maybe you have to change your library as well. Okay, so that depends on. Okay, so now back to the Developer Express where you can download. Okay, I scroll further down, and here now you can find or you can see here Developer Express on the left panel here, Developer Express. So for AutoCount 2.0 and 2.1, the Developer Express component is 19.2.10. So this you can download and then install on your computer, but it takes it can only use for 30 days. So after 30 days, you still can continue to use, but then if you are building a standalone program, right, you won't hit error. But if you're building a standalone program, when you run Developer Express component inside your project, then you exit. You exit immediately. You cannot run it. And here is some source code for you to look at how the lookup edit is created and how the search lookup edit is built. And we scroll down further. Okay, for plugin, right? You need a developer ID to build. Now, for instance, here, okay, I got 3 builder here, 1.9, 2.0, 2.1. So if I run the 2.1, the interface is the same. Okay, here you can see you need to log in. You need to access the developer ID. So you click here, you just key in your developer ID here and the password given to you when you register. So this is the plugin required. You need this builder to build the plugin here. Okay. So post also same. If you are doing the post plugin, you also need this builder. But for accounting, right, you need to register using this form. But after you register, right, please drop me an email because the email I seldom check there's any new registration because last time I used to check almost every week. Every week I check, but then a lot of not how to say, a lot of registration are not for the plugin. A lot are registered to use AutoCount API. So you are using AutoCount API, right? Actually, you don't need the developer ID. Developer ID is only required when you're doing the plugin for AutoCount. Okay. So, and then you scroll down further, you can find other resources here, like script template here, okay, and so on. So this is the introduction of overall how we use the resources and the wiki and to help us with our development. So I also give you some time that you can, I don't think you have enough time to install Visual Studio 2.0 everything. Usually it takes up about more than 30 minutes to set up everything. Okay, anyway, so what are we going to do today is look at this AutoCount Accounting 2.1 plugin. Anyone of you have done plugin before? Oh no. Oh, I thought you're all done already. Okay, okay. How about the online? Online, anyone haven't not started doing plugin? Oh, you have. I see some name. I know you have done. Okay. So anyway, how to show hand? Show hand. If you have done before, put +1. If you haven't done before, +1. Okay. That's not enough. Only 2 people has done plugin before. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, -1 means no. Okay. Okay, thank you, thank you. I just want to get a idea how I should conduct this training. Or I guess still quite a lot I haven't done before, right? Okay, okay. So I try to adjust the speed. Okay, so first we need to have Visual Studio. Okay, so if you have it with you, you can open up the Visual Studio. And then what we want to do is to create a simple plugin project. Okay, so what is plugin? Sorry, I forgot to explain to you what is plugin, right? Okay, if I log into AutoCount Accounting 2.1, where can I find the plugin? As the name says, plugin is usually something that you attach to something, right? So this plugin is not plugged into any other application. This plugin is specifically plugged into AutoCount Accounting and specific version. So in this case is 2.1, AutoCount Accounting 2.1. So once you install a plugin, you'll find your menu showing on top on the main menu. Okay, let me show you. Like here, I go to tools, right? See what are the plugins already installed inside this account book. So I go to tools, plugin manager. Okay, here you can find 3 plugins, right? So these 3 plugins, you can find them on your main menu. Or I mean on my main menu. So support contract here. I got support contract here. Oh, you see this support contract, you got the menu here, you have the function here, you can click on and inquiry, you can get the result and things like that. And then what else do I have installed? AutoCount fixed asset. Okay, I got AutoCount fixed asset here, asset register here, install. And then I got another one is training plugin 2.1. Oh, okay, training plugin 2.1 is here. So you can find a sample form here, or you click on it, then you can do some function. So these are the plugin that are already installed inside this account book. So if you install in this account book, you can only find this plugin inside this account book. If you go to another account book, you won't see the same plugin. So for instance, let's say I log into another account book. Let's say this ID, use something else. This one, Singapore account book. Okay. Okay. Then if you click the Tools Plugin Manager, okay, Tools Plugin Manager. Okay, so here I got one plugin here called Singapore Seamless Filing Plugin, and then the menu is here. So these are the plugin that is installed in this account book. So when we say about the plugin, right, it's attached to that account book. If we install, it's installed into that account book. It's not attached to the whole application. So that's the plugin, which is what we're going to learn today. Now we start the Visual Studio 2019. Okay, we start 2019. Oh, okay. So once you start, right, you create a new project. Okay, just click the create new project. And then you'll be thinking, wow, which project do I select? Oh, I forgot to mention something. When you install, right, a lot of people also ask, hey, when I install, which one do I need to install? During the setup of the studio, right, make sure you select something called desktop application. I think they got one option called desktop application, and then you see the C# language. If you prefer VB.NET, you can also use VB.NET. But in this class, right, because I'm more familiar with C#, so I'll be showing you the C#. But don't worry, the only difference between C# and VB.NET is the syntax and the language. Otherwise, if you say the API, right, they are the same. The logic is the same, the API is the same, except the syntax and the language are different, okay? So then from here, right, I need to filter out the project that I want to create. So first, if you are using Visual Basic .NET, then you use Visual Basic. For me, I'll be using C#. And if you want to follow my project, right, you can also select C#. It's easier for you to follow. And next, select Windows. Windows. You got others platform now you can find, but now we target Windows. The last one we select desktop. Okay, desktop. Then you filter out this project that you can create. What I want is something called Windows Form app and then bracket .NET Framework. So this is the one. Okay. You can see there are also other like Windows Form app here, but without .NET. So don't choose this because this one is not using the .NET Framework. I can't remember what is this using already. It's different one. If you start this project, right, you'll find that some components will be missing. So make sure the one that you selected is .NET Framework. Okay. Then click next. So we're going to give the project a name. I'm going to call it Windows, call it plugin for AutoCount 221. Okay. Plugin for AutoCount 21. Then you need to remember your location of your project. So make sure you know where the location is, huh? Because later on when we build the plugin, we need to find the DLL. But there's another way to locate the DLL file. So I'm going to put my project inside another folder instead of using the suggested folder. So I'm going to put inside one of my drive. Here, I create a new folder, maybe, or maybe I just put it here. Okay, sorry. And finally, make sure we select the framework 4.8, .NET Framework 4.8. Okay, so once you confirm all is correct, just click create. So congratulations, we have successfully created a desktop application. Why it's called desktop application? Because if you run, right, you see up here, there's a start button. If you run it, okay, you can actually execute it. And you can actually open up a form. See, you see, you open up a form. So if you're doing a standalone application, right, that's how we start. We start putting in the components. We start adding buttons and so on. But today we are not doing standalone application here. Today we are doing plugin. So plugin, you cannot be EXE. The difference is when you selected a standalone application, is run as EXE. It builds as a EXE file, so it can execute. So how do I switch or change this project from EXE to DLL? Or I want to change it to DLL, Dynamic Link Library. Okay, so how do I change? I right click on this project and then select properties. Okay. Then from here, you see, you go to application, make sure it's selected application, and you'll find the output type here is okay. Okay, you'll find the output type here is Windows application, means standalone application. So I will switch or change to class library. Okay, class library here. Here you may also want to change your class library version in this button called assembly information. So usually for 2.1, right, just align to AutoCount accounting version at for the beginning part. That's what I do. You don't have to follow me for the how we version, but usually that's how we do it for our AutoCount plugin. We call it 2.1. So we know that this plugin is for 2.1. So then I click OK. So make sure your output type is class library. Okay, so now we're done. Now, if I run again, right, what will happen? Since I changed to class library, right, DLL file itself cannot be executed. So if I run, right, it will say a project with the output type of class library cannot be started directly. It means that it needs a host or a main program to call the DLL file, or it cannot run by itself. So who will be the main host? Our target main host is AutoCount Accounting. I will show you later on how we can attach this to AutoCount Accounting. Okay, in order to attach this form to AutoCount Accounting, what do I need? I need to also call AutoCount Accounting's assembly or the DLL, right? So where do I find the assembly? Usually in 2.0, right, we can just go to C drive and then program files, and then you go to AutoCount and then accounting 2.1 here. You can find the DLL here. Oh, that's where we can find the DLL. But later on, there's a difficulty of knowing the version. Because if you want to know the version, right, we right-click the DLL file. If we look at the properties, then you go to details, right? It only shows you 2.1, but 2.1.1, we don't know the actual version for this DLL now. Oh, that means the complete full version, we don't know. If you want to know the complete full version, we have to go back to the exe file to look for the complete version is here, which is currently installed inside my computer, 2.1.2.4. So by looking at the DLL, right, we don't know the exact version it is. We don't know, you see? We don't know what is the exact version. Only if we have the exe inside the same folder, then only we know the version. That's one reason using the DLL here sometimes is quite headache, huh? Because a lot of times when we attach, we don't copy the exe anymore, right? We just copy the DLL. So sometimes, especially those do integration one, they have problem tracking the version. So how do we resolve this? How can we resolve the version issue? So we created NuGet or NuGet. Okay, you go on top of this menu, right? I know it's a little bit small, but you look for tools. Inside your Visual Studio, you look for tools. Okay, then go to NuGet Package Manager. There are many ways to access out. This is one of the way. Okay, you go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, then look for Manage NuGet Packages for Solution. Okay, so if you found the menu, right, just click it. Okay, then you see there's a screen open up called NuGet or NuGet Solution or Nugget. Actually, what is the correct pronunciation? Let me check. I also don't know. Every time I check already, then the second day I forgot how to pronounce. Okay, let me see how they pronounce Nougat. 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 Okay. All right. So a lot of different pronunciations. So, but then if you want to follow the everyone's pronunciation, is called Nougat. I don't know what called Nougat. I think it's such a wrong way. Is it? It's GET, right? Okay, anyway, usually if you hear me say nougat, means it's this one now. Okay, then once you come in here, right, select browse. Here you see the tab here, select browse. Then you'll find a lot of components here, like JSON, the popular one. Now you see all the very popular one, highly usage one, or especially JSON. So you see the latest version of JSON now is 13.0.2. AutoCount is using 13.0.1. It's not. It's quite new also, right? Oh, it's quite new. And you will find some other quite popular ones, such as like which one? The few there are a few quite popular. Anyway, here I believe mostly are popular one, so they come on top of the list. Anyway, what we need is not JSON or anything now. What we need is to look for AutoCount 2. Okay, look for AutoCount 2. Make sure you are at the browse mode, or make sure you're here browsing. Then you'll find the components here, or package. I would say these are the package, NuGet package. So you can see the first one I select is called AutoCount 2. This AutoCount 2, right, is stated here is code library. Code library means the funder, the foundation of the AutoCount accounting. And then you scroll further, then you notice, wow, there are so many packages here. Which one do I select? Yeah, it's kind of headache, right? And if you look at this, some like here, you got one UI here, accounting.ui. Then you find another called AutoCount UI again. So, wow, you really don't know what are their relation and how to select. So what we can do is, maybe there's a chart. I don't know whether it's easy to understand or not, but let me explain a little bit, probably you understand. Here you go back to the wiki site, right? If you want to look for the chart, you go back to the wiki site, and then at the first page of the programmer session, okay, you click inside here, AutoCount Counting 2.1 API. You click into here. Okay, once you click inside, right? Basically, explain the AutoCount Accounting 2.1 now. What are the changes from 2.0? So you scroll down, go further down until you see a chart. Go down here. Okay. Now you see the chart here. Or should I say more like a diagram, or no, not diagram, I think chart. Yeah, how to close this? Can I close? Okay. Okay, here, right? Basically, just now you saw the call, right? Is AutoCount 2. So actually, inside the AutoCount 2, there's only one file, which is AutoCount.dll. But usually the call, right? AutoCount 2, the AutoCount.dll itself, right? Just one file, hardly you can do anything. Oh. But if you use the AutoCount2.accounting, right, these two combined, you can do quite a lot of things. But without any UI components, means today you say, I don't want to touch any UI components, can or not? That depends on what you want to do. If today I only want to do something like, okay, let's say today if I only want to do an cash book entry transaction, or I want to do journal entry, or maybe I want to do AR invoice, or AR invoice, or AP payment, And so this, you notice they are the transactions of GL, AR, and AP. So if you are doing the transactions of GL, AR, AP with the API, then actually you can just install this component, which is AutoCount2.accounting. So in this component with the core library, right, both is sufficient for us to do the transaction of AP, cash flow entry and so on. But after this, right, you notice after the AutoCount.accounting, this component, the next is straight away you need UI already. So AutoCount2.accounting, it does not include stock sales purchase. So where is stock sales purchase? Then we trace, where is it? It's very far behind, right? Because stock sales purchase requires quite a lot of others relation, no? So it's actually quite behind. You see, it's here. So for instance, today, if I want to do a sales order, which package should I look for? If my purpose is to do something that relate to sales order, so I have to look for AutoCount2.sales, this component. And this component, right, it will include what? Okay, the dependency, right? It includes the ARIP. It also includes the stock. Because the sales without stock, you cannot have item and so on. So if you want item package and so on, it's under stock. So that's why it got two dependency. It requires stock as well as ARIP. So if you want to trace again, you see stock requires what? Stock requires invoicing. And then invoicing requires what? It requires the inquiry. And inquiry, it requires what? It go back to the AutoCount2.accounting UI and so on. So today the question is, if I'm doing sales order, I just want to do API, do a document to create one sales order. I don't need the UI one. Why do I need the UI, right? But unfortunately, the logic inside the sales, right? Some of the logic is have the UI inside. It's inside the UI. That's why if you do anything that beyond the UI part, right, all requires the UI. So what am I talking about? All requires UI, right? In other words, why I emphasize on the UI means any components that we use that requires the UI means we require what? Means we require Developer Express. Now you see what I mean? Anything that requires the UI means we requires to have Developer Express component. But when we install these packages, right, because Developer Express is a product from another company and requires license, so we cannot distribute the components itself. The component has to be distributed by them. So, but then because we have the license of the DL, we can distribute together with our product. So the product inside this folder, right, you can actually find Developer Express component here. Oh, here. So if you need any components of the DL of the Developer Express, you can look into this folder, but it's not complete. These are the components that requires by AutoCount. That's why you can find them here. Right? But sometimes plugin you may require to use some of the components which AutoCount doesn't use. That happens also. All right.
Because we can do the SQL Express and then downloading, installing.
No.
So this DL, right? We keep in mind Developer Express is where we can find the DLL file.
Yeah.
And also, if you want to install, right, for 30 days trial
Open
tryout,
it.
that's also inside Wiki, you can find the installer. Just now I showed you before, you can find the
The second
installer
part.
inside Wiki here.
Right. So what's your machine name? Let me
Okay.
check here.
And if you want the complete DLL, the one you can contact me in
Everything.
person. I mean, email. Yeah, email, you just contact me, say you
Yeah,
require
yeah.
certain DL that you
Okay.
cannot find anywhere, then you can contact me. I'll give you a link to download.
That's the thing, the class.
Hmm.
Mhm.
They haven't accepted us getting on the boardroom. As soon as the boardroom one starts,
But only if you need, because I'm not supposed to
Yeah, you won't-
give out like that.
Which one?
Okay, that's why
No, that's
I
not
won't
here.
give the link here.
That's, so you create auto
Okay.
using, yeah, okay, go next. Okay, go down.
Okay, so now we're back to the
Yeah.
project.
What?
What we want today is something that more
Right at the
than
bottom.
just
PPG there.
what you call
Right at the bottom. Okay, wait, what
ARIP.
currently?
So if today I only want the ARIP, means I select which package. I select the AutoCount to accounting, right? So AutoCount to accounting is somewhere here. I just select this.
On Fiji?
But I want to do more than that. I want to include like
Something.
invoice and so on. So what I need to,
Oh,
the one that I need to
something
select
there.
is,
Facial
I
home
go back to the
currency,
main
Ringgit
page.
Malaysia.
So the one I need to select is maybe main entry. You see these two, right? The color no good, right? So I will change the color maybe next time. The orange color with this dark green, right? It's very difficult to see, I know. Okay. These two, right? You see, there's no link to it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't require or not related to all the others package. Actually, they are related. This package is called AutoCount2 main entry, and this package is called AutoCount2 tools. Right? So, what does AutoCount2 main entry package included? It includes itself called main entry. Okay, itself called main entry. And then it also included the package. If you see the blue color means package, it included the package of financial report. It also includes the package of tools. Right? So if it includes the financial report, then we look at the package of financial report. It includes what? Includes the UI as well, right? Includes the UI. And then if you look at tools, what does tools include? Tools included this assembly called tools.dll, and also all the GL, general maintenance, GST, purchase, everything is also includes inside. So if you say include purchase, if you look at the purchase, AutoCount2, you may be wondering, what happened to sales? Why sales are not included? Because purchase includes sales as well, you see? Oh, so this is the package that say purchase, but it includes sales and so on, and also stock, everything includes. Okay. So this is the components or the parts. In other words, today, if I say, my project includes almost everything, so which one should I select? Main entry, right? So main entry will be the one that I'll be selecting. So, but then if I select main entry means everything, almost, you can say everything, it will be downloaded. So this one is called Manage AutoCount Library account book, main entry, but it's more than that. It's more than that. So you look at the right-hand side, right? Look at the README. Here there's a README. Okay, we see what it says. A lot of times we don't read the README, but you can find some information here. For instance, the main entry package, right? It contains the main entry and the version 2, and also required by any AutoCount plugin project. or any applications integrated with AutoCAD Accounting version 2 through its programming interface. Here you can find the sub-project start, so you can read yourself. Okay, next thing I want to mention next time, maybe the Wednesday class, I would show you what are these main entry or the main startup. I'll show you what are they. But for today's class, right, plugin, we don't need the main entry here. Okay, next thing we want to look at is the version. Here you see the version is 2.1.2. That means this version for this package, right, is using which version of AutoCAD Accounting? Is using the version of same version as mine here, 2.1.2 here. You see? 2.1.2. Okay. So the revision is not important when it comes to the package inside the NuGet. We only put out the same version of the accounting until the revision is important. Okay. So now I'm going to use the main entry. So I just select this package main entry. Okay, once I selected the main entry, then I need to tick which project I want to install the package. Okay, so once I tick already, something wrong with my mouse. Okay, once I tick already, make sure the project is selected. Which one I selected? Okay, here, this one. Okay, and this project. And you see the status here is not installed. And then the latest table is 2.1.2. Okay, that's correct. The information is correct. Then we click install. Okay. Okay, so, because I go slower, because this is the first time I'm showing in the classroom that how we install or set up the NuGet. So I'm spend more time on here. But of course, for many of you, if you have already doing project that's using the NuGet components, then it's quite easy for you to understand. So once I install these components, what happens is, okay, it will take a while for it to load for the first time. You see, if I select that package, right, it will also include the JSON. Okay, some of you may have this problem is you already installed JSON with different version, but when you install AutoCAD package, right, it will install this version as well, and it must be 13.0.1. So you have to change to 13.0.1 if you are doing a project for AutoCAD. So then you also install other required component here. You may find like others like system memory and so on. Now you install also. So other components will be installed inside. Then you scroll further down, then you find the AutoCAD DL here, the package. So I click OK. Okay, then all the license, then you click accept. Then you look at the reference. You start putting all the reference into your project. Okay, you see the UI components here, images. Okay, so once you're done, right, all your DL is added in. Okay, the version control part is useful is you will be able to know for today, let's say if you're using AutoCAD compile this project already, then you forgot, hey, what are these versions? then you can actually check here, or but here it also show you 2.1.0. So you cannot get the actual version of your DLL. So what you do is you go back to the NuGet, go back to NuGet here, then you just go install, you'll find this version here, okay? So this, if you want to upgrade this version, you just select it, and then if there's a latest version, you can just upgrade it. Okay, so now why do we need to download the assembly from AutoCount? Because we want to refer to it. So the first thing we want to do is to make my project into a plugin. How do I make my project into a plugin? Okay, we take a rest, then we come back at 11. Now it's 57, right? We come back at 11 now, 11. 11:05, right? We come back at 11:05, then we'll continue to see how do we create a plugin. Any questions? 有问题吗？你们都是 C# 的 programmer？哦，不是啊，你们是做什么 programming？啊？哦，比较少个啊。 So NuGet can maintain different versions. You go back to the package, NuGet package. So if you want to target a specific version because your customer is using that version, then you can actually select what version you want to install. So here you can find the, let's say you browse, right? Okay, we go back to AutoCount 2. Let's say I want to install the package stock. Then you see here you got the different version you can select from. Oh. So if your customer is using 2.1.1 point something and you want to specifically use this version, then you can select. Oh. But sometimes even though you see this one is 2.1.2 and your customer is using 2.1.1, if you don't set the minimum version of 2.1.2, right, your customer still can use it, still can use the 2.1.2 if their version is 2.1.1. You get what I mean? So that depends on whether you got set your plugin that specifically say you must use the minimum version of 2.1.2. Otherwise, your 2.1.2 library can use on for the 2.1.1. That's why actually AutoCount plugin which seldom have big changes. Usually, most of the time, we do fixing or resolve certain issues or add some features. Otherwise, we seldom change the version. I mean, change the library. If you are using 2.1, then you cannot use 2.0. Yeah, I mean, no, there's no 2.0 assembly here. So if you are doing a 2.0 project, then you need to use a traditional way. Means you have to go back to this AutoCount accounting folder and install. But then there's a problem, right? The problem is once you install 2.1, you remove the 2.0, so you won't get the 2.0 libraries. So what I did was, after I installed the 2.0 first, after I installed the 2.0, I copy the whole folder and then put it inside another folder. Like for instance, I still need to refer back to AutoCount 2.0 folder. I put inside another folder. So you see my 2.0 folder is here. This one is the latest 2.0, but it's discontinued already. So not say discontinued, sorry. 2.0 is until this version, then it goes up to 2.1. So I just keep this version enough. Okay. So actually 2.1 is same as 2.0. The things that I know that has major change, right, is the libraries inside. The logic doesn't change. The library inside change a bit. Is, for instance, the name. If you say the file name, right, it used to be called autocount.invoicing.sales and autocount.invoicing.purchase. But in 2.1, right, it removed the invoicing, the file name only. The assembly, the namespace is still the same. So the assembly is, you still find autocount.invoicing.purchase and also autocount.invoicing.sales. So only the file name changed. One biggest improvement, I have say, improvement is just now I mentioned something about if your transaction or your project is only GL, AR, AP, right? then you can install these two library, AutoCount Accounting and AutoCount. These two library is enough for you, for the programmer to do GL, AR, AP. Oh. If you already done the integration for 2.0, then upgrade to or update to version 2.1, then need to check back the integration. I'm not sure. Check back the integration. What does it mean? Check back the integration. I mean, if you say, do you need to maintain the 2.0? Yes, you need. Just in case your customer is their customers still using 2.0 and hasn't upgraded to the latest, then maybe you need to maintain. But then if let's say that version of 2.0 you got issue with it, and then that issue already fixed is 2.1, I would suggest the customer upgrade to 2.1. So you don't have to maintain two split version. Because if you want to maintain two split version, right, it will cost higher your time and your everything. But okay, for instance, for our case now inside AutoCount, we'll go forward already. 2.0 to 2.1, we are moving forward. So any fixing of bug or anything, right? I'm talking about plugin. I'm talking about plugin. For the plugin, right? Any bug or anything that we're fixing, we'll fix inside 2.1. Okay, so we won't fix inside 2.0 because we are moving forward. This is a continued version. It's not like 1.9 and 2.0. 1.9 and 2.0, we have to fix two plugin. If we find any bug or issue inside 2.0 and 1.9 at that time now, then we have to fix both sides. So it's quite tedious when you say I have to maintain both sides. I have to remember what to fix. But as times go by, right, you forget to fix 1.9 already, because most of the time, if most of user has gone up to 2.0, right, you slowly forget about 1.9 already. But 2.0 to 2.1 is different story. For 2.0 and 2.1 is a continue same product line. Okay. Okay. Depends on your integration. If you're saying your integration is direct using AutoCount Accounting DLLs, right, or the reference, and if your customer are still using 2.0, but then your integration program you change to 2.1, then depends. If your integration is a standalone program or application, then you don't have to worry because you can have different version for different AutoCount Accounting. That means your integration application, right, is a standalone program. You can have different version. But if yours is a web integration that using AutoCount DLL, then if you already upgraded to 2.1 for your integration on the web application, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if your customer continue to use 2.0, will that have any impact or not? Because even though yours is 4.8 framework and your customer is still using 4.6.1, but they are not direct related. Or they are running on their platform, you are running on your platform. So it's not affected by the .NET framework. But the issue is whether the library, not library, the table structure will be same or not. If different, then you may get error. Okay. You may get error if the table structure has changed for 2.1, but 2.0 is the old table structure, then you may get error there. Okay. And also you may have a license issue as well. Okay, you may have license issues. So in other words, if you want to avoid any complication and then you're using the web application, I guess it's better to everything go by the same version. Okay. Yeah, if you're not say go for higher version, if your if how to say, if you have one customer that requires to go up to 2.1 for some reasons, and you also decided that you want to upgrade your web application integration, then it's better that you check with your all customers, see everyone is it okay to go up to 2.1. If majority yes, then probably it's better for your web application to go up to 2.1. Oh. Okay, so let's continue. We go back to our project here. So now the first thing we want to do is to tell the AutoCount this DLL or this class library is a plugin for AutoCount to load. So how do I create that? So I right click on the project. Okay, if you can see the project here, I right click and then click add and then select new item. Then you look for class. And also on the left side, make sure it's selected like code or something like if you want to easy to find the class, right? So you select code, then here class. Okay, so once you select class, also make sure it's a Visual C# items. After I selected the class, maybe I change the name here. At the bottom here, you can change the name of the class. Okay, so I'm going to call plugin init. Okay, you can call any name as long as you know what this file for or this class for. Sometimes you see we call it plugin startup, plugin initiate, and so on. So in this project, we call it plugin init, means initiate or starting point. Okay, so once you're done, click add. Then you find the file here. So you see the plugin init here. Now the class name. If you forgot to give a proper name or name that you understand, right? You can always go back to, don't change here, don't change here. It's better you change it from here. Because why you see, if I change the name here, right click, rename, right? Then I put plugin need, okay, plugin need, sorry. I change to plugin initiate, I change something like that. Okay, if I press enter, you see what happened, press enter. Then it asks me whether I want to change all the reference to this class, right, to this new name. So I click yes, then you see all the name will change. But here you only see one name. If you got other classes refer to it, it will change. So it's better to change it here. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to change it back. Never mind, actually, never mind. Just leave it. Okay. One important thing to remember, because this is going to be loaded by AutoCount accounting, right? The mother, the main application. So if I don't tell the parent application that this one is the starting point, it will know, right? You know where. And then for the parent application to find me, right? I need this class to be public. If I don't put anything, it means it's internal. Internal means it's only can be seen, or this class can be used by my own namespace or my own application. So if I want to let others to see me, to use me, right, then I have to put public. So the first thing I have to make sure this class is declared as a public. Then this class, right? I'm going to inherit a library from AutoCount or a class from AutoCount. So the class of the AutoCount is very easy to remember because I'm doing plugin, right? So basically, you just go for AutoCount. You won't go wrong, right? AutoCount, and then dot and plugin. Oh, easy to remember. Okay, so you look for AutoCount dot plugin and dot again. Here you look for base plugin. Okay, so we inherit this class is because we need to know what to do for if you want to become a plugin starting point. Okay, so we inherit this base plugin class. Now it says you got error here already. Now, don't worry. If you move your mouse over, it's actually telling you that it requires certain parameter for us to use the base plugin. What kind of parameter is? We're going to, it requires is for the base, we need to pass certain parameter to it. So actually it didn't say it's constructor, but it's constructor. Constructor means the entry point of the class. Okay, you just press very easy. You don't have to type word by word. That's why programming, if you know some shortcut, right, it actually can help to speed up the programming. So what you do is you just type here CTOR. Okay, you type CTOR and then tap twice. Okay, tap 1, 2. So it create the constructor for us. So once you created the constructor, then you press put a column here. Because it's a base class that it requires me to pass certain parameter. So what I do is I say this is the base parameter I'm going to pass in. So what are the parameters? Let us check out. There are 3 parameters. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 parameters, right? One is the GUID, and the second one is the name of my plugin. Third is the version of my plugin, and finally is the email that I have to provide. Because any issue on when happen or hit error for my plugin, it automatically send out email to my address, which I stated here. Okay, so I know, oh, any issue I need my attention, I just check my email. I'll know what are the issues. So how do I create the GUID? The GUID, I can use the Visual Studio tools, or I can go online to create a GUID. So, but usually we don't go online, right? Since we got tools to create the GUID. So I go to tools. Then create GUID. I don't know if there's a pronunciation for it or not. Maybe GUID. GUID, sound like GUID, right? But usually I say GUID, it's longer. Okay, so you create GUID, then you can select different types of format. This one is just the format. Then you just copy. Okay, copy it. It shows you this will be the GUID that is copied. Okay, then I see. But instead of paste there, right, I usually paste here first. Okay, I paste here first. Then I just copy this part out. I don't need the bracket. So the first parameter I'm going to put in is the GUID here, like that. So then the next second parameter is the name of the plugin. Okay, this name of plugin, it will be shown at where? It will be shown at the tools plugin manager. Okay, so you need to know what am I typing for, right? So I'm going to show you why am I typing for. So the word that I'm going to type, right, it will be show here. Okay, here. Okay, so we go back to here, then we put in the name for the plugin. So I'm going to call it plugin for AutoCount Accounting 2.1. Oh. Make it longer so it looks more like, you know, meaningful. Okay, third one is also a string. Okay, string, but this string we're going to show is the version number. So I maybe give a number here, the version, and finally is the email. So email, I don't want to put my email. Later on, you all put my email, all your errors sent to me. I'm going to simply put one so you cannot copy mine. No, but in your actual plugin, right? Please don't put something like mine, put your actual, because you also want to know any issue with your email or not. Okay, but I think I don't know whether you will check or not. Maybe you check whether you simply put or not. The purpose of this is to help your site to seriously want to improve your plugin and want to sell it to more users. So to know any issues, that's the email you send. No? Okay, so finally, if you're talking about letting AutoCount to know my email, my plugin entry point, right? This is that's how we create. So you just need to inherit the class. Okay, but then there are some requirements to include inside the constructor. Because without it, right, the compiler won't be able, no, not the compiler, the builder, the plugin builder won't be able to process. Is it the compiler? I forgot which one already. You throw error. So what is the requirement? The first thing I need to do is I need to say what is the developer express version. Okay, so this one must specify. If I don't specify, right, somewhere it will prompt error. I forgot where already. Don't know it's inside AutoCount accounting or the builder. I forgot already. So what is my developer express version? It's 19.2.10, right? 19.2.10. How do I confirm? I go back to here. Maybe I can find the version. It remains at 19.2.10. Huh? Okay. Another setting, I think it's not required, but I think it's better to put, which is the minimum version for the AutoCount accounting to run this plugin. You don't want user to take this plugin and install inside 1.8 or 1.9, right? Definitely you will get a lot of error, and then you will be receiving a lot of emails but because of version problem. So I want to control, because I know that this version is compatible, this plugin is compatible with minimum which version of AutoCount accounting. Okay, so I know it's a 2.1.2, something like that, or you can put one up. You can, even though my assembly is 2.1.2, but of course this has to be the one that you already tested, the minimum version that you tested. You want to put the build also can, but usually I think I put 3 version should be okay. So you check this front 3 version. If the customer AutoCount accounting is 2.1.1, then it won't be able to load. Okay. Next, I think there's still one more required. Okay, let's say if I forget what is it, right? Let me see. I think that's it. Some I forgot already. Okay, I think these are the 2 main settings that advise to put in for your plugin. There are also others, like if you want to put in like your company, your identity of this plugin, right? You can also put it inside this project as well. But usually I copy. I cannot remember the exact company telephone number. Okay, so I will copy from another project. Hold on, huh? Okay, so here I'll copy this 5 over. Okay, you can set your own. Okay, if you want to type, right? If you type, you can because there's IntelliSense, right? So you just type in set, for instance, manufacturer. You see, it shows you the manufacturer caption. I mean the word. So you just put tab. Use a lot of tab here. Then you just put a bracket here. Then you just type in the value. These are the value that you register with the plugin developer ID. The value that you register is same as here. So now I already built a plugin. Okay, I done building. I can just build it and then load this plugin and convert to a plugin build using the plugin builder to convert into a plugin. So you saw what I did. I right click on the project and then I click build. Okay, after I build, right, it actually create the DLL for me. But then where do I find the DLL? Okay, you can right click on this project again. Then you go to open folder in File Explorer. Okay, you go here. Then you go to the binary folder. Then the debug folder, because this just depends on what is shown here. If this one is the debug, right? All right, debug. Then you go to debug folder. Then inside this debug folder, you look for the one is called plugin or P. You look for P, plugin for AutoCount 21.dll. So you see this is the DLL here. So what I need is I copy this DLL, copy, and then put it inside another folder. So I just go up one level here. Okay, until you see there's a solution file here. This one is called Visual Studio Solution. Okay, until here, there's a solution here. Okay, usually here I'll create another folder. Maybe I call it packing. You can call any name as long as you know what this folder for. There's another folder called packages. This packages is created by Visual Studio to put all the package from NuGet, you see? The packages from NuGet you can actually find here. Okay, but what I want to do now is the packing folder. I want to copy the DL here. Okay. You can call it any name as long as you remember what this for. Okay, now I'm going to open plugin builder. So this is plugin builder 2.1, right? 2.1. So where do I download or where do I get the plugin builder 2.1? So you go to wiki, again, it's at the wiki site. Then you look for the plugin builder 2.1, right? Okay, go to the download page. Here, at the download page, right? You scroll here until you see, just now actually I already shown up, but I show again because some of you may have came in late. So here, programmer tools, you look for programmer tools, then you can find the plugin builder here. So for AutoCount accounting, right? This one is for 2.1.0 or higher, huh? But if you're building a 2.0, there is the library here. So you can use the plugin builder here. So once download, you install. Okay, but then you require to have the developer ID. So if I run this program, I have Okay, if I run this program, okay, then make sure I put in my developer ID here. Okay, so I already put in mine. Then here you go open the plugin. For the first time, right, you just select the open plugin assembly file. Means the DL just now I copy out from my debug folder. Okay, so here I look for the plugin files, plugin for AutoCAD 21. Okay, then I look for packing. Then plugin for AutoCAD 21, the DL. Oh, so this is the one that I look when I click the open plugin assembly file. Okay, so click open. See, it load in. Everything looks normal, right? Okay, I need to type in some description for this plugin. As this description will display in the plugin manager as well. You go to tools, plugin manager. Here, if you click view info, now it will display here. Okay. So this display, maybe you want to put some introduction of this plugin, or some remarks. You can put in some remarks and version compatible. You can put a lot of things if you want. Oh. But not too long. If too long, right, end up people won't have time to read. Maybe 3, 4, 5 lines, I think should be enough. Okay, so then I just click save this project, because next time when I open or build again this project, right, I don't have to retype everything again, especially the description part, right? So what I do, I can save the project here. So I click save. Maybe I put the same name as my plugin. Okay, but use back this APPP with this name. It's up to you again. So as long as you're creating a triple P, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 3 P's. Okay, this is not a plugin, this is a project. Okay, it's a project. So it's 3 P's. Then save. Okay, so once I save, right, next time if I open again, I can just open this APPP. You see, if I close it, okay, then next time if I open, okay, open project. No, you see this file here. So I just open this project. Oh, I get all the remarks, the version, everything. Okay, the version, right? Here show is a minimum accounting version. Okay, this version, right, is your plugin version, right? So sometimes it won't refresh if you load from a project. So you may want to make sure you load again the DL file. Or today, if I got a newer version of the plugin, right, I make sure I load again. Oh. So you just open the plugin assembly file and reload again. So once I confirm the version, especially the version, everything is correct, and also the files, later I explain what is this for. This is also quite useful. So I make sure the files is loaded correct, is from the correct path. Okay, done. Then I just click build package. Okay, build package. So I click build package. Okay, I need to give a name. Usually I put back the name of my plugin now. Then the extension is APP. So this one is with 2 P's. Just now was 3, right? This one is 2 P's. So you just put in the name, then save. So if I'm going to install inside AutoCAD Accounting, which file do I distribute? I distribute the APP file. Sometimes you'll just compress it. It's not necessary because APP file itself is already compressed. But if you want to repack one more time, right, you can just put inside the WinR or maybe put inside the zip or something like that. So now I'm going to, let's say I send this or to customer or the support to install. So I'll log into the program, application, and then go to tools, maybe I don't use this. I use another one. I use another account book. Maybe Panda Test. Okay, I use this one. Oh no. This one I'll keep it for other use. Which one? Let me see. Which one can use? Maybe this. Okay. Okay, I use another account book, Testra. Okay, then I go Tools, Plugin Manager. Okay, then I click Install. Then I look for that plugin here, right? The plugin for AutoCount 21. Okay, then the backing folder. Here, my plugin is here. Okay, so I load this plugin, open, and then install. Oh, done. Oh, so I installed successful. So if I look at here, oh, you see the plugin is installed, everything is here. But now there's nothing yet. Wait, then you say, where is the form? Why the form is not showing? Okay, if I want the form to show, I need to make the form into a function. That means the menu item. So how do I make the form into a menu item? Okay, that's what we're going to do next. So I go back to my form here, double click it. This is my form. It's going to show it on my plugin. So, but this one form, right, I cannot do some coding because I need the coding to let the plugin find my form. So I right click on the form here, then view code. Or if you haven't double click, right, you don't have to always double click the form and then right click here, view code. Don't need to do that. You can actually right click here and then view code, view code here, or press F7 while you highlight the F form, press F7. Okay. Okay, there's a chart here. Okay, I'll show you again. I'll show you again when we after we add in the form. Okay. Okay, so this form, right? How do I make it into a function whereby I click the menu plugin, it will show me the form. How do I do that? Okay, we go here. Oh, no, sorry, not here. This one is constructor, right? This one is a constructor. I need it on top of the class, means outside, outside the class. This one is a class, right? I need to put in an attribute. So this one is attribute. So if you're using VB, right, there's a word attribute, I believe, but I don't know the sign same or not. I think the sign is different. But if you're a VB programmer, you know what is attribute. You know what is the sign. So for attribute in C#, right, is two bracket here. Then you type in not this bracket. Make sure. Last time I remember when it comes to programming, right, bracket is very important because different bracket, different meaning. Like for this, we call it what? Not curly bracket. This one called what? Okay, and then it's different bracket. This one is a square one. Okay, so then I type in AutoCount dot plugin again. You see, always remember anything that's related to plugin, right? Search for plugin after the AutoCount. Means when I type in AutoCount, then dot plugin. Okay. Then dot again. Now I want to do a menu, right? The menu that I can appear on top of the main menu. When I click the plugin, it will show me this function. So here we choose menu item. Oh, you see the menu item here? Just now you see at the plugin initial is a base menu, right? But now at the attribute here, it shows menu item. So you see, actually Visual Studio, it helps us to narrow down. It knows which one is more proper to use in different what I call scenario, right? Just now was at the inherit. So when we inherit, right, it knows that inherit which class should be more proper to for inherit. And then at the attribute, it knows which one is the attribute. So it's filtered down and let us choose the correct class. Both are the class, but then for different purpose. Okay, so once I put in the attribute here, there's always a parameter that guide us what are the information that is required. So there are a total of 4 different parameters combination. The first one is you see is the menu caption. Okay, menu caption, and then all these others are optional. If I don't type in anything, right, means all the others, right, is a default value set by the system. Okay, the system will decide the default value. Otherwise, I just need to provide the menu caption. So the second one, we see what is a parameter. So see which one is more suitable. Second one, you have 2. If you want to arrange your menu properly, because if you have more than one function, right, or the menu items, you want to order them in sequence, then you need to put in the sequence in integer. So for instance, okay, I prefer to arrange or reorganize my menu. So then I'll select the second option, but not so fast. Maybe you want to go for further and see what other option do I have. Actually, yeah, the third one, it has one more called begin new group. Begin new group is something like it draw a line. When we design our menu, right? Sometimes you see in the main menu, you find the line between 2 menu items. For instance, here, this one, the line here, or this one, there's a line. So it's like, you can say it's also like for a grouping, the different different sets of menu items. So these lines, right, is the begin new group. So if I put through, right, means on top of this menu, it will draw a line. So that's a begin new group. And also number 4, we see number 4, it requires more. Then it has the visible access right. Later on, we will talk about the access right. So usually I will just go for number 4 combination. So the combination is menu caption. So this one, maybe I say open form 1. Okay. Then second parameter is menu order, right? So menu order, maybe this one I say is 10. Or I don't want to go by 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because in between, if I want next time we want to insert one more menu item, then I have to change all the sequence of the others. So usually I'll give a gap. So next time anything I want to insert, right, it's easier. I don't need to change everything. So this one is the menu order. And the third parameter I want to provide is begin new group. No, I don't need to draw a line, so I put a false. And the access right, currently we haven't created the access right, so I put empty. Empty means you won't have any effect on the access right. Okay, so I just put empty. But of course, if there's others, you see they are long, right? So long, then for instance, it says here, show as dialog. If I want it to be shown as a dialog, what do? I no need to look for the parameter that it supports shows for the dialog, right? So this one, you see the bracket inside here means it's option. If I don't provide any value to it, it's using the default. So I don't know what is the default for show as dialog, but I guess it's false. But if I want to change it to true, right, I just show as dialog equals true or like that. No? So that's how I do. For anything that's option behind, you just type in the name, no, the field name, then you just set the value you want. But now I don't want to set as dialog first. I just remove it first. Okay, I remove. Later on, I'll show you again, don't worry. Okay, if I remember. Okay, now I done the attribute. Basically, this is my menu item already. Okay, so I'm going to build it. Okay, I'm going to build it. Okay, then I'm going to copy out. Hey, then you say, wow, that's very troublesome. Every time after I build, right, I got to go to the debug folder and copy the DL to my packing folder. That's very troublesome, right? So why not, if I want to let this project automatically, when I build, right, it will copy the DLL into my packing folder. So how do I do that? I go to properties. You right click on the project, right? Right click on this project, then go to properties. Then you go to build events. Okay, here you got two boxes. One is pre-build, means before the build successful. And the second one is a post-build, means after it's successfully built. So we want after it's successfully built and copy the DLL from the debug folder into my packing folder. So I'm going to, I can type it here, or I can just open a box for me to type in. So I'm not going to type in, I'm going to copy and paste. So I'm going to go back to my another project and then to copy paste here, because very seldom you go and remember this thing. The parameter actually is inside the system, but then you can click the macro, click the macro to see what is this target path. But by looking at the meaning, you should know what is the target path. It means the path is here. You see the path is here. So basically, what we need to remember is the copy then is copy from where to where like that. So this is the parameter I put in, copy, and then I think I put it somewhere else. It looks bigger. This one too small. So copy, and then you put a quotes there, and then this is the parameter, okay, of the path, and then here is the source. No, oh no, this one is the source. Yes, don't let this word trick you. Even though it's target path, but the meaning of target path is the build. When you build, it target to build to where. So you build into the DL folder, the debug folder. And then this, from this target path, right, copy the file into the packing path. So solution directory, remember the solution directory is where? The solution directory is here. You'll find the solution file here. So that's how you put these words or command inside here. Okay. So once you're done, right, you just click OK. Okay. Then next time if I build again, let's say I build again. Okay. Now if I look inside the packing folder, now it's what time? Now 11:50. So you see the DL file is 11:50. So I don't have to always copy the DL file over. It's very troublesome. Okay, now about the APP file and the APP, right? They are different things, totally different. I just think that the name are too similar. Sometimes you get, I got once, right? I send out APP file. And customer load the file and say, hey, why the plugin cannot run, man? I sent the wrong file. It will happen, so careful. Maybe you look at the icon, can identify or not, can now. So this one is a project file. This one is a plugin. So the project file, how do I create just now is very simple. Once you've done the everything, let's say I type in everything already, then I just click save project. You just save it, then you will update to the APPP file. Triple P, okay, this one is a project file. So once I'm done already, okay, now you see, oh, I forgot to upgrade my plugin version, right? Never mind, I see whether I can upgrade now. Let me see. I want to upgrade my plugin version to 0.1. Okay, here I put 0.1. Okay. Now I build again. See, can build or not. Sometimes if you cannot build, all right, it could be because the DL file, if we copy the DL file fail, you will also have error. So now I build successful, or I build successful here. So I just go back and load the plugin. Okay. Now you see my version of 2.1.0.1. So then I make sure the files is correct. Why I keep showing you this is, of course, you are confident that it won't go wrong, then okay. I show you here because later I'll show you if you got load many files here, right? You want to make sure they are loaded. Otherwise, you send out without these files, right? Then then your plugin may have problem for new installer. Right? Okay, so now I just build the plugin. Okay, then I just select the path, the project file to create. Okay, just override it. Okay, done. So the build successful. Then I go back to the AutoCount and then I want to load the plugin again. So I go to Tools, Plugin Manager. Okay. Then click Install. Then the plugin is here. So I open, so the version is correct, 2.1.0.1. Then I install it. Okay, and log in again. I need to re-log in, Otherwise, the loaded file, right? Because this override the existing DLL file. So to override it, I need to re-log in. Otherwise, it won't be able to load the new version. So the new version is now loaded. If it's failed, right, you'll see the error here. You find out what is the error, or the status is unloaded, not loaded, or something like that, or failed to load. So now let me see my plugin. Plugin is here. I click, you see, you got form 1. Okay. So now if I open the form 1, right? Oops, you see it prompt a message. The message is quite technical here, but actually it's improved already. Now it tells you what? Cannot find a public constructor which accepts a single parameter user session object. Anyone know the meaning of this? Okay, first we go one by one. We find the keyword. Why I need to do this is because sometimes the error, right, we need to understand in order to resolve the problem. First, we know what is public constructor. This is the first keyword. Public constructor, what it is. And then we know that this happens when we go to plugin and then we click open form 1, correct? And then it happens after we click. Have you ever encountered before when you tell a programmer a problem, the programmer always asks, where do you click? Or if you're doing the support one, you also want to know user, you ask the user, say, hey, where do you click? So this is the same thing. We need to know where we click and that error prompts up. So I know I click here, then straight away I get this message. So I think back to my code, okay, and think back my code. And here, of course, it will happen somewhere here. The closest suspect is here. Okay. So this is the class, this is the suspect. It says public constructor. Where is the public constructor here? If we look at this code, where is the public constructor? What is constructor? Okay, two reasons you will get the error. If I make this private, I will get the error. If I make this internal, I will get the error. If I make this protected, I will get the error. Okay, so it means it expect this one is public because I need the auto count to read this class or the constructor means is here. The starting point of this class is called constructor. Okay, the starting point of this class. So every class you create or not create, you have a constructor. For instance, the plugin initiate, right? Just now, this one, the constructor is where? Is here, right? The plugin constructor is this plugin initiate. Okay. So the same thing, form, there's a constructor here. Is form one is the constructor. So next clue we're going to find out in this message is we identify where is the public constructor already. Next thing, next thing we need to find out is it requires a single parameter of user session object. It wants an object of user session in the public constructor. Oh, that means there should be a parameter inside the constructor here. And it tells us what constructor. Last time it don't tell. Now it tells. It expect there's a object called user session. So what I do is I create a user session class here. And then the object name, I can simply put, I can put anything here. But the object has to be, the class of the object has to be user session or at the constructor. Okay, but then when I type in the user session here is highlighted. Anything that highlighted, we want to know what is it all about, right? We just move our mouse over. Then it says the type of namespace name user session could not be found. Okay, even though it says it could not be found, right? Actually, it actually helps us to decide what should be the namespace for this class called user session. So what should be the namespace? Okay, you see there's one idea here, right? The Visual Studio gives us a icon like a light bulb. It's usually represent ideas, right? So the ideas by Visual Studio is, if you want to find out what is the ideas, right? There's a small arrow here. So we click this arrow, and here you see it suggests these are the things that I can do to resolve the user session. So the top one usually should be the closest answer. It may not be right also, you know, it may not be right also. So you have to decide also. The second one definitely, the second one also a good suggestion. It helps us to add in the namespace in front of this class called user session. You look at the preview scene here, you see, do this for us. Okay, and then the third one definitely out. Because why? Third one is to help us to create an empty class called user session. Definitely out, right? I'm not going to create a new user session class because we are using auto count user session class. So after this, once you see third one wrong, that one usually won't be correct also one. So you go back to the top two. Which one is better? It's up to you. It actually helps us to find the namespace. So the first one is usually which I choose. So I click the first one. Then you see this thing, it turns into a green. That means it's a class. If you scroll back up to the directive here, right? This one is a using directive. You find the that one can close on. Okay, you can find this namespace added to your class. So this one is authentication. So basically, we have resolved the constructor bug. You see, this is the first part today you resolve. So okay, we will not go and load now yet. What we need to do now is other things. So the menu is, that's how we add. We go back to plugin initiate. Inside here, plugin initiate, just now we did a few things. We did the plugin initiate inside here, right? We put in the version, control, and so on. But there are more than that inside the constructor of the plugin initiate that we can do. No, not the constructor, inside this class of plugin initiate. Since it inherits from the base plugin class, right? We can find out what are the things we can do. So what we'll do is, okay, we want to type in something called override. You just type in override. Once you type in override, you press a space. You see, it lists out all the others override methods for us. That means this one are in the base class, okay, after load, after login, and then you got before load, and then you got get license status, and so on. So, but then now we want to do is before load. Okay, we look for before load, and then once we find the before load, we just double click it, or you press tab also can. Tab is very useful inside the Visual Studio. Okay, so now what I do is I will double click. Okay, so it auto generate the override before load method for us. Okay, we keep this first. We keep this. We put it here. Or maybe you want it to run first also can. Okay, actually you remove also can. it does nothing. But definitely you don't want to return now, because this one is to return. So you must write before any code that you see has a return, means it's exit from this method. So you want to put at behind, or actually you don't want to run also can. This one I think also can. Usually I will remove it, but now I'll comment first. No, put it behind. Sorry, put behind. Sorry. Because you need to return. Okay, what I want to do is before load, right? That means there's anything that I want to do before the plugin is loaded is where I put my code here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to set the menu caption. Just now the menu caption say plugin is too common, right? So maybe I give a specific name to the plugin. So I put e dot, this argument e, right, is from here. Okay, e dot. So e dot, and then I put in what else? Main menu. All right, you look for main menu, then you get the main menu caption here. So I type in name. So what name do I want to put for my main menu? Plugin for AutoCount. Okay, plugin for AutoCount. Just plugin no point, right? Wait, let me think of a name. Train sample. Okay, train sample. Okay. So what other things I can do usually is I want to set up a database. That one is later. I also can put here. Or I want to register for application script, register for access right. All the things I can put inside before load. Maybe I tell you later. Now we don't do first. Create custom table. So I put a comment here first. Later I want to do register access rights. All this I can do here. Also register for just now I say what access rights, and also something go blank. Never mind. Later when we come back, we can do here. Oh yeah, one more thing, you can also register for custom reporting, and so on. So all this you can do it inside before load. Okay, what other methods that we can use it? again with timing override. Something that maybe quite useful is go back, you timing override, then press space bar. Okay, then you see the selection here. Okay, another one is useful is maybe oh, there's one more after login. Maybe sometimes it, for some reason, right? Some reason it's useful. It's because you want to set the menu visible is where you put in inside after login. Oh, so if e.visible equals false, then you won't be able to see your menu on top of the main menu. Okay, just like sometimes you don't need to create a function or anything, right? Maybe you just put in some logic inside your plugin to run it when it loads. So in that case, right, you don't need to show any menu. Then you can set your visible equals false inside this method called after login. Okay, but for now, I want it to be true. I want it to be true. The default is true or default. So of course, default is true. So that's why you don't need to define the after login, the e.visible equals to true if that's the default. Okay, another one most common use method inside the base plugin, right? Base plugin is, guess what? License, right? License. So here you look for get license status. Okay, get license status. So get license status is where we want to set the license message or set the expiry date and so on. But again, we are not using from here, right? We are not using the resources, the license resource from AutoCount because it's no longer provided. Last time we also don't provide. The logic it has to be controlled by your own program, huh? Cannot be rewriting the logic for the third part. I mean for your application. You know Microsoft, right? Microsoft or not Microsoft lah. It should be, what is that called already? Crypto. Crypto, their how to say encryption, yeah. The crypto, all their encryption, they know the encryption algorithm, right? They sure they know it because they are the one who wrote it. So if you say, oh, because it's crypto encryption, so there's no people can crack my password, there's no people can crack my license. Actually, no. If today crypto want to crack your license, it's very easy. Or someone got on hold of a crypto algorithm, right? They also can crack our anything. So there's no 100%. So the easiest, the safest way, I guess, is to put online for the license to put online. Again, that's up to you. See how important your project is or how important is your product, and see whether it's okay to invest in something that's more secure. It's up to you. So anyway, for the license part, you always want to put this on top. Okay, remember this one you cannot remove, you must be on top. Is it true? Let me think. Yeah, I think so. Okay, usually what we can do is after I done my own licensing control, then followed by, I'm not going to show you the code. This one is not easy. Even if I show you, no point. Also, everyone will see your logic. So no point I'm showing. So this one you have to write your own. You can go online, search for the solution on how to write a control for encryption and so on. That's up to you. And then what I need to show you is, once I have the control, for instance, I have the expiry date. I want to show the expiry date on my, let's say, the status, right? You know, there's a status of the plugin. if you go to tools or plugin manager again, okay, here you see there's a license status here. So if you don't put anything, right, usually it will show you unregistered, unregistered, or if your plugin is a free one, or it's a free plugin, then you can actually, very simple, you change your license status to free license, or free here. Then if you put this, right, then you won't show unregistered. In here, the license status will show you, I think free license like that, free license. Otherwise, if today I want to type in my own message means I want to show, wait, let me see whether they got already or not. I think got already. I want to show the expiry date. Oh no, don't have the expiry date. No. Either free or something else, unregistered, free or unregistered. Okay, so if I want to show my own message, what I need to do is I need to set the status to custom. Okay, how do I do that? Is here there's a custom here. Okay, custom. Then followed by the custom message. So the custom message is where is it? Let me see. License message, custom license status. So this one you accept the string. You see, you move your mouse over, it says string here. So what I do is I can put in any message inside here. So if I want to, let's say I get my expiry date, stimulate, let's not simulate, not simulate. So let's say here I put in the string, my expiry date is, after I process everything, I get my expiry date, 2023, maybe June 30th. Okay. Not string, sorry, date time, sorry, date time. Okay. Date time, right? Then here I want to show the message. So date time, because it's not a string, right? So what I do is I put this here, and then I put expiry date here. Okay, you show the expiry date. Cannot. Okay, so this is like a string format. Short, there's a term for it. It's like a shortcut. The simple word, not technical word, it's called a shortcut for this parameter expiry date. It will auto convert from date to our regional value. Usually try not to do this. A lot of people doing this, but nowadays I try not to do. To string, and then you behind you put the format converter DD YYY. Looks familiar. Try not to do this. Why? Because every country has a different version, region. So if you do this, right, today if your application or something seen by Thailand, Vietnam, or even Myanmar, all these countries, right, they may not be following this format, right? They may be following something like that or different format. So to avoid this, right, we always want to get from their system region settings. To get from the region setting, let the system handle date to string. Is that how we do? Okay. Then maybe you want to type some word, expiry date or something like that. So this one will show your expiry date is when. Okay. So basically that's all I can show you for the license status. For the logic part, again, is more proper, more control over by your end side. Cannot be we control that part. Okay. And then basically, I guess it's time for me to build. I'm going to show you another build that helps us to speed up the work. Why cannot build? Something wrong here. Oh, okay. All right. if you now try to build, right, it says here there's an argument error, because remember just now at the form, right, we add in a parameter here. But we add this parameter is for the plugin menu to come and pass us the user session. Why is user session? Why is it so useful or important here? It's because if we create any transaction, or if you want to access to AutoCount database, we need to have the connection. And also who is logged in now. So for these two information, who is logged in now, and then access to the data SQL database for AutoCount accounting, all this information, right, is inside this object called user session. So it's actually very helpful when it pass this to us, right? It's very helpful. Imagine it to say without this, right? How am I going to connect to AutoCount? If I'm going to create my own one, right, at the plugin, that's very troublesome, right? So it gives us the data by passing us the parameter called user session. So this user session, right now, if I go back to the programs, it calls the form, but it's without passing anything here. So, but then plugin, it doesn't require the main entry here, because this main entry is for what? For the standalone application, the entry point of the application. So if I'm not using the main entry form, I can actually comment it. But if today I want to run this as an application, standalone application, I need to create the user session to pass it inside the form one. I'm going to show you later, later, not now. So now I just comment it. After I comment it, I'll try to build again, see what happened. Okay, so no error already, right? Okay, so I'm going to build again. Okay, open project. Okay, here. Then I open the DLL. I'm going to build the package. Okay, now I'm going to load that plugin again. So I'm going to install it here. Yes, okay. So I need to, because it's loaded before, so I need to, after install, I need to re-log in. So I go train sample, open form one. Nope, now it open already. So it opens and it's full screen and not the dialog. So that's how you create the plugin. So if I go to Tools Plugin Manager, you see the info here. It's here also the version, minimum version. No, this is plugin version. So that's how we create the plugin. It's very simple and straightforward. Then we also need to. Okay, before we go for a break, right? Long break, lunch break. This user session, since it's useful, right? If we don't store it inside our class, right, it'll be gone. So how do we store this user session inside our class? It's by create the variable for this object. So usually we create as a private object of this class user session. Then we call it my user session. You can call it and then something that you understand, I mean, can be understand. So usually I just put like that. And you can put this, assign this value to it after the component initiate or before also can. So usually I think I put before my user session equals user session. So you just assign this value to my user session. And one good practice, otherwise you'll see a lot of this message come up saying make field read only. Yeah, but it's true. Because if you want to make sure this user session is assigned at the beginning of this class, right? Means inside the constructor, right? Then you just put read only here, it's better. It's true. Means this value must remember to assign at the beginning of the class. Okay. So that's how we store the user session inside my any class, and later on I can use it anywhere inside this class. This mine is usually I use it to represent the private object of this class. So you can also see some people using underscore. That's up to you. But for some of our practice, I use the mine. It's earlier .NET Framework programming practice earlier, but now this also makes mix up already. A lot of people also using underscore. Okay, so I guess we take a break. So we come back at 1:30. Okay, we come back at 1:30. Enough time. Is 1:30 okay or 1:45? Huh? 1:30 should be okay. Huh? Okay, so we come back at 1:30 and we will continue today's training. Okay, so any questions so far? Or 2:15? 2:15 will be. Oh, some of you. Oh, yeah. Some of you. Okay lah. We'll come back at 2 lah. We'll start again at 2, but then before 2, if anyone got any questions or any discussion, we can start early. Start early also. Okay, because we can have more questions. Any questions? Would you mind to accept my Okay, so if not, we come back at 2, but I'll be back before 2. So any one of you, I'll still come back at around 1:30 now. So any one of you have any question, you can post before the 2 o'clock. Okay. Oh, is it custom not work? Oh, just not. Okay. Let me check. Let me check. Hey, it works, huh? You got put I think you need to put something like this. You must say it's a custom license. Because if without this, right, let's say I remove this, right, then it won't work. You will still get the default AutoCount license status. So if you want to use custom, remember to set the status, license status to custom. I think should be the license status. Make sure it's set to the license status is custom. Then only you set the custom license status. Yeah. Usually after training, right? I will let you all download from my Google Drive, right? But I'm thinking of any after the training, any of the training project, I'll put inside Wiki already. So we'll open up. From this year, I think I'll just add in another session called training. Then I'll put in here. So give me a week lah. If you want to download the project, right? Give me maybe no need a week lah. I think tonight I'll put up already. No, tonight cannot. After tomorrow. Because the plugin is if after Tuesday, then I'll put up the project. Okay. If I put up earlier, then I'll let you know tomorrow. Oh, the recording, I think you can check with your dealer's handler lah, because they after they record, I don't know whether they'll process but hopefully they process cut off some stuff okay. Okay, if no question, you can take a little bit because at our place, right? You know, if you all come to our office before, everyone break at 1 o'clock. There's not enough time to come back at 2. Good afternoon. We'll be starting at 2 p.m. or after 2. So far, how is the audio and what else? The screen, audio and screen, is everything okay? Okay, thank you. Create new project, is it? Or the part that you select NuGet package. Okay, so create new project, no problem, right? Okay, instead of, I will show you how to add, but I also want to show you how to remove. Sometimes, maybe for some reason, I want to remove the package, right? Old time, right? I can just right click here and delete it. Now also can, it's not that you cannot, you can just remove the assembly here. Okay, you just right click, select all of them, and then remove it. Can do that. But I would suggest that if you install it using NuGet, right, try to remove it from here. So what you do is you go back to the manage NuGet package for solution here. Okay, then you see, you go to the, here is to see any updates. So if there's any updates, right, you can see the latest version, then you can decide whether you want to update. Another way is to go one by one. But for the install here, right, if you want to remove, what you can do is you select, because you remember there's a dependency. So when you select the, I try. I very seldom do, so I also, oh, the new one come out already. Is it? It just come here only. How come got 22 updates? How come I install 212? Oh, got 214. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to update. Okay, I remove first. So I go to remove here. I'll look for the highest level of the assembly. So in other words, the core, the core here. Even though I install using main entry, but now I choose the core, the highest level. So how do I know it's the highest? One by looking at the name, just auto count 2 without the sub. Another way is to go back to the wiki and then look for the chart and see which one is the highest level. So once I select the highest level, when I uninstall, right, I got one option here. Can you see the option here? Okay, remember to tick the project as well. Okay, then you choose the option. And here it says whether to remove the dependencies. If I don't select this and I try to uninstall, it will tell me that I cannot uninstall because there are others using it. So if I remove dependency, then remove, by right, should be able to remove. And also, I think this one, okay, force uninstall, even if there are dependency on it. So I take this, then I click uninstall. Okay, so, okay, all this will remove. It tell me all this will be removed. Okay. Now you see the reference list. One by one is removing. How come here still here? No refresher. Oh, I should choose back the highest. So I remember highest. I forgot which one is the highest. Highest means I think main entry. Sorry, main entry. Okay, sorry. I come again. like I said, seldom do uninstall, so I'm not very, I remember it's the highest level. Okay, select main entry again. This one should be the highest. Okay, check the option, force to uninstall. And then, okay, now I try to uninstall again. The one is the lowest. Earlier, the one I did, I think is the lowest. This one should be the highest. Now it works. Oh, choose the highest. So you see all remove. But of course, once you remove, right, if you go back to like plugin initiate, all this, you see a lot of red underline because it cannot find the assembly anymore. Oh, okay, now I'm going to show you again the how we install it. Okay, how do we install the package? So here, sorry, we go to tools, NuGet package manager. Okay, then we go browse. We search for AutoCount 2. Okay. So 2.1.4, right? Okay, then we install the main entry. Okay, install this main entry, the highest level. Again, unless you're very confident that you don't need the highest level, you need the specific package, then you can select. But now for convenience, right, I just select the highest level here. Okay, once you select already, make sure the project is tick or check. And then here you can choose different version. Okay, so 2.1.4. Okay, then once I'm done, I just click install. So here is, you can see is installing the .NET frame. Not installing, it's using the .NET Framework 4.8. Okay, wait a little while because it's gather all the dependency. Okay, while we are waiting, no, it's already 58, so it's almost time. Where's the wow, that's pretty long. Okay, so wait until you see this prompt up, right? It tells you what are the assemblies that's going to install into this project. So you can go through the list, then okay, then just click okay. Okay, this is a license agreement. Okay. So before you load any project, right? Maybe you want to make sure your project also do a backup. Or sometimes you also want to add to source control here at the bottom here. So the common one nowadays, we use the Git, Git. We use the Git to do the source control. At the bottom right corner here is very useful. So you can use a Git to control different version of, different modification of your source code. So you can also compare what is changed, and anything that you want to revert, you also can do that. But usually you just modify what is the latest. You can also create different branches for using Git. So okay, it's 2 o'clock. Everyone back? I can't remember all the names, but no one is at the waiting room. So anyone you know not back yet? Okay. For this afternoon class, right? I'll be using Developer Express. Okay, because now I want to show you the UI part, like how to design a form that looks like auto count. Because last time, right, some programmers, they did the form, and then when they use it, when they publish and then let the customer use, and the customer not used to the Windows form or the component, the looks, right, looks different also will make user not comfortable or not used to it. So it ends up that you have to use back the Developer Express in some way. But of course, not necessarily that you must, or it's not like AutoCount must promote the Developer Express. If you can do your own form nicely, I believe customer can accept also. And then if you do better than AutoCount, the UI, oh no, then I don't know, customer will request AutoCount do the same to the plugin or not. Hopefully not. Okay, so anyway, in other words, it's to standardize, but it's your choice whether you want to use or not. It's up to you. Okay, the two of the assembly from the Developer Express for now is quite obvious that we need it. But of course, there are more than these two. Currently, we want to look for these two files. One is extra editors, and another one is extra utils. So this morning, I actually mentioned that we can find these files inside AutoCount accounting folder. Here, one is the look for D, right? Look for D here. So you got quite plenty of Developer Express DL here, but it's not complete. They have more than this. So total loaded with AutoCount accounting is 41 items. You see, 41. So the common one is YouTube, and also editors, extra editors. Actually, extra got one data. This one also quite common. That is needed if you manage any data with the extra grid, right? Extra grid also. Actually, this few quite common. Layout is also quite important inside 2.0 layout, and also extra bars. Later I show you one by one. But now we don't need to copy out. Usually I also don't copy it. Leave it as long as install AutoCount accounting 2.1. I'll just leave it where it is. So how do I add the reference? Is by going to here, back to the project. Then we use the conventional way is by right-click the reference here. Okay, we right-click the reference and then add reference. Because we cannot find the DL on NuGet, and Developer Express is not free of use by right, but because like AutoCount application itself already contains a license, so if you do plug in with the Developer Express components, right, it's actually the license is using the AutoCount license. But of course, if you're doing standalone application, then you don't have the license, then you won't be able to run your application. If standalone application and you're using the Developer Express components, then you need the license from Developer Express. So where is the Developer Express? You can always, again, I'm not promoting Developer Express. I'm not promoting. I don't get anything. I just let you know just in case you need it. So here you go to download site, right? Look for anything that looks like here. Actually, you can click on this, you click on. Wait, no, down here. Oh, I didn't put out the link. Never mind, actually, it's a very popular components. They do for web, do for everything, so it's quite popular. So you just search for Developer Express, straight away you can find it. Now here you can get the 30-day trial also. Okay. Okay, so we back to the reference here. So how do I add in the Developer Express reference? By clicking right-click reference here and then add reference. Okay, right-click reference and add reference. Then here we browse somehow. We cannot find inside here, so we browse. We browse to the folder where AutoCount Accounting is installed. So AutoCount Accounting 2.1. Here, Developer Express. So just on the two files I mentioned, right, is YouTube and also extra editors. Okay, these two, we add these two first. Okay, you can select using Control key and select both files. So after you selected the both files, right, just click Add. Okay. Okay, then you'll find them inside your reference. Hey, how come I cannot see one? Hey, oh, here, you see, I just added now to here. Let me check whether the recording is running or not. I think, yeah, it's running, right? Okay. So after you added, what is the purpose? Or you may think, what is the purpose? Okay, we go back to the form, the code, okay, here. You see this form, right, is inherent for this form 1. But this form is belongs to the framework. That means the .NET framework class, or one of the standard form, which is under system windows.forms.form. Or you can see here. Oh, you can see it's here. So it's actually inherit. The reason why my form is able to draw the window, right, is because it's inherit from this form. So the drawing, right, since it's standard from this form, so it looks like all the other windows. But today, if I decide to use something more, so I'll say like style, I can control the style and so on. So it's inside the Developer Express extra editors, extra editors. So how do I inherit? What name should I put? Okay, I look for Developer Express first, and then type extra editors. Okay, extra editors. So, and then look for extra form, but you can type form. If you cannot remember what's in front, you can just type form. Oh, by a lot of form. Okay, I'll type extra form. Okay, you type extra form. So I just changed the code here from system Windows Forms, right, to Developer Express Extra Editor's form. And now if I run this application, right, or run this form, you see what happened? I mean, I don't have to load inside AutoCount. I just go to the design. You see the difference? Oh, can you see the difference? It now looks plain, very plain now because it doesn't apply any skiing or stuff. But then again, if you look inside AutoCount, then you see, because AutoCount will implement the skiing, right? Then your form will looks like all the other forms, the color scheme and everything. Oh. So, okay, I'm not going to build now first. I will continue first. Okay, so this is the form. Okay, maybe I show first. I build now. I build. Okay, then I go plugin builder. Okay, I open the project. Now this is the project. So the version no change. So actually I don't need to click the plugin load now because the plugin load is already loaded here. So I just build package. But it's a habit. My habit, I will always load one more time. It's just a two-step things. So just click on it. Okay, so now I have already built the new version. Hey, did I click build? I forgot. Did I click? Okay, all right, now I did. So I want to load this new interface inside my accounting. So, okay. Okay, so I go to Tools, Plugin Manager, Install. Okay, select this plugin. At 2.12 point. Okay, install. Wow, time so fast. I thought I just started. Okay, so relog in because it was loaded before, so I need to release it to load the new one. Okay, so I load the class, log in again. Okay, so tools, go to tools, then I plug in manager. Wrong one. Tools, not plugin manager, sorry. Look for open form one, right? This form. So I click. You see, now it looks the same, right? The color, the skin. Oh, okay. What I want to show you next is if my form requires to build something like having the this one called what? I mean, not necessarily you must build exactly like what I'm doing. But let's say this form, right, that I'm doing, I want to add in this ribbon. This one is called ribbon. Okay, so how do I add in the ribbon? And also, I want to show the main menu on top of my form. That means the auto count this main menu. And then if you notice, right, if you click the train sample form, this is one form. And then if you click again, right, you open again a second. Okay. But in AutoCount, if you notice, right, we have a control to say if this form already open, right, I don't want to open another one. Or like the usually this one is a command form. Command form, let's say sales order. I open up this form, right? If I try to open again, right, it will use back the same form that is already open. Oh, it won't open twice. But of course, another type of form that you want to open more than once, that's the like entry for the sales order. If I create a new sales order, one form, create, open, second form, again open, third form, again open. So this one I can create multiple forms here, or I can open a lot of forms. So what makes the difference to control how I want the form to open for more than once or just once? How do I control? It's very simple. You just add one single line of code. So I'm going back to the form source code here. That is very simple. You can add anywhere before or after the attribute of the menu item. Oh, but that one is under AutoCount.application. Or you just remember application usually means the whole application is something to do with global, anything that with the global things of the application is under application. So you go AutoCount.application, then dot here, there's a attribute again that's called a single instant thread form. Actually, the single instant thread form is to control that the form that can open only once. So if you want a form that open more than one, right, then you don't include this attribute. Then this attribute, single instance thread form attribute, right? It also add in one more thing. It also add in the main menu, which means if I put this attribute, it has two control. One is to control the form not to open more than once. Another is to, what is it? Suddenly go blank. One is not to open more than once. Another one is to add the main menu. So now, after you add this, you will see the main menu. Okay, I'll show you later. But before I compile and build again, I'll show you another component or the control that will make it looks like AutoCount. You see the AutoCount, there's a green thing. You remember there's a green thing? I will go back to ribbon button later, but I'll show you all the others first. This green button band now, and then this one is the hint. These two actually they are in one component or they build together these two things. But usually, if you do not need hint, you can actually get the first one enough. So what I do is this one is called panel header. Okay, I can either add a panel header here, or I can actually go to code and add the panel header. So panel header, there's two ways of adding. If I use the design to add, I need to add the libraries into here. Like for instance, mine, right? I think I got the AutoCount library here already. Let me see. I think I added before. I forgot where already. Don't have. Maybe I do a search. Panel. You see, you got panel header. You try to search your one, see whether you can find panel header. Anyone found it? It's under the grouping of AutoCount accounting. If you do a search here, right, you type in at the toolbox here, there's a search. You type in panel header, see whether you can find. Has or not? Got oh. So because I think I don't know since which version last time I remember I teach, right, you have to add manually, but now, right, this Visual Studio it actually look into your reference to look for any component or any component that you can find, right, it actually add into here. It doesn't add actually, but when you do a search, you can find it. Oh, so like here, panel header is appear here. I don't have to add. Actually, I didn't add. Okay, so what I do is, if I can find it, right, I can just drag it down, and then you see the green color bar here. Okay, I show you here. Okay, so you see that it takes up 2 rows of line, two rows. One is the green color, the caption here. Another here, the bottom is actually the hint. So if you don't want to, if you don't have any hint, right, you just let it like pull it up, then you won't takes up the space. So how do I type in the word inside the panel header? Okay, so what I do is I scroll down and look for header. Okay, then header I type what do I want to call learning plugin form. Okay, so you see it appears here. If I want hint, right, then you type in hint. So for instance, if you want the hint, right, then open a little bit space there. This is the hint. So you see, it shows a hint. So it's more like tips or more like tips. Okay. Second, I want to add is the ribbon. Okay, ribbon control. So if you already install the trial version of the trial version, right? So you can find ribbon control here. The Developer Express trial version for 30 days, then you can find the ribbon control. If you haven't installed, right, you want to manually add the ribbon. Let me show you how. But I don't want to mess up my Developer Express. Let me think for you. Because if I mess up, I got to re-register it. And, okay, it's like the old times how we did the. Okay, how to collapse on? Wait. I cannot collapse. Okay, first, if I want to manually add the ribbon, right? I show you how to add now first. So here, if once you can find the ribbon control, I just drag it out. Okay, those of you who can drag it out, right? You can start playing with it first. Or you can start like creating buttons and so on. And then every button, right, you look at the property on the right bottom here. Or you look at the property. If you cannot see property, you right click, then select properties and things like that. Okay, you can play around and then see, for example, this button, I will make it larger. How do I do that? And then you can add more page. And this one group, and then you can have more group also, you see? So you play around. Get familiar with this. It helps you when you do application script. But I'm not going to teach application script this time. But in future, if you do application script for AutoCount, you always play with this first, then you understand how the ribbon works. You got group, you got page, you got items, and all sorts of items here. Okay, while you're playing around, if you cannot or you do not have this ribbon control and you haven't installed the Developer Express, now I'm going to show you how to manually add the ribbon control. Okay, first you right click on empty space. You need to find an empty space and then add a tab. Okay, add a tab. Then this tab, maybe you give a name. The Dev Express 19.2.10 maybe call this one and call what, right? The one called a bar control. I think something bar control, because the ribbon is inside the developer address bar. Okay, so once you create the tab already, then you right click this tab and then select add tab. Sorry. Then select choose items. Okay, choose items. Okay, then but you need another file, but I'll show you first. Later you only download the file. You need the design time file. Okay, well, this one is loading. I show you where you can download the design time, those files. Okay, I give you a link. Where is it? Okay, don't put this link in your website or anywhere. I'm not supposed to distribute this link. That's why I don't even put in the. I also don't put inside my the wiki. Oh, don't publish this link because it's not right to share this. So this one you just get this link and just download the component. Okay, this link. So what is inside this file is that it includes the design time. What I mean in design time means when I want to drag out the components like this ribbon, right, to show it here, I need another file called design. Okay. Okay, now I browse. Okay, now it loaded the items. Now I'm going to look for the file called, you go to program files, AutoCount accounting, or click the browse here, then go to AutoCount, program files, AutoCount accounting 2.1. Inside here, look for, I think is extra bars. Okay, then you open and click OK. Yeah, because my one already loaded, so you cannot load again. Or I press F5. Oh, maybe I press F5 and see. How come it doesn't load? Yeah. I try again. Layout. Is it layout? Yeah, because mine I already installed the application, so it actually already registered inside here, so it doesn't add again. So otherwise it will become double. So but then it should be extra bar. So once you added already, right, you should be able to see the extra bar here. So but then if you drag out, right, you cannot see your extra bar here on top here. You run at the bottom, it shows as the bottom. You won't, because you don't have the design component. That's why just now that download, right? Just now that download is to download the file with the design. So after you download the design, download the file, and then you extract it. Where is it? I got one already extract, one is here. Okay. Oh, the one I haven't extract. No, it's here. But okay, let's say this one is the one that I already extracted. You see, inside the folder, right, you'll find one is DLL. Or DL, you see all the components here are the complete one. But usually you don't need so many. You only need those few that actually inside AutoCount folder has. So this one is not a problem. But just now the design time, right? This is the reason that if you drag out anything, all right, at your Visual Studio, you drag out anything, right? And you see it doesn't show it on top of your screen here, then you need to look for the design component, the DLL, design components. This design component, basically, you don't have to distribute together with your source code. You only need it for Visual Studio, otherwise you can draw it here. So why, for example, just now the extra, no, this one, the ribbon control is extra bars. So you look for extra bars design, but also you also need the extra editors. You also need the extra editors. If you are using the grid view or grid controller, then you also need this design. So all this part, right, is not for distribute or anything, but this design is especially for the Visual Studio design. So once you have the design file, how do I make it the component will show it on my design form? Is I need to add the reference here, or I need to add the reference. And when I add the reference, I choose the design file and add into my reference, then it will show it here. Okay. I cannot show you this part because this Developer Express, if you install, it will register everything. So if I add in, I don't know what will happen. I mess up. Anyway, once you added, right? Okay, like just now I mentioned, you can add the page here, and then you can add the button. So if I want to make this button bigger, this one is too small. So I can just change the property, like ribbon style here. And I want to make it larger. So now it's a bigger button. And if I want to change the button caption, here maybe I say load item. Okay. Oh, okay. Once I change, if I click, it create too fast. I'm going to remove it. I don't want this. Accident. Okay. Okay, so this button, I thought I changed the name already. I think I don't want to change that because once I press enter, you go and create the what you call? Never mind. I don't press enter. Okay, this one load item. Okay, I don't press enter. Okay, so here, okay, right? And then if you want your mouse over this button to show him, then you can click here, show items in the stock. Okay. Again, I go and press enter. Go used to it. Because you press enter, right? You see, it doesn't oh God, it got update the hints. But it also create the event. Okay, I create from here so it won't get error. Not yet. Okay, that one later. Okay, so then see other properties that I want to change. Basically, I think that's all. Okay, now I want to create the what we call the event to click. So event click, right? I can double click. You can actually double click here, or you can go to item click and double click here. So I usually do this. I forgot to change the name. Sorry. I want to change the name. That's the reason I don't want to create the event so fast. Okay, the reason is that's the one rules lah. It's better that you have a proper name for the items. Else later you don't know what is it. Load item. I rename it to load item. After you can shorten it if you think that's too long. Load bar button item load item. Okay, you just change the name. After you change the name, give name or provide a proper name, then only you create the event so that your event will call something like load item. And in your code, right, it's easier for us to identify what does this event do. Okay, so that is the purpose is to have a name for the button. Okay, so now I got the button click. So what I want to do, I will do it later. Or not now. I will do it later. Okay. Then here at the bottom, right, I want to add another component. This time is to display the data that I loaded onto my phone. So to use the Developer Express component, it's called grid control. So you look for grid control. Or here, grid control. So once you found it, just drag it here. Okay. So this grid control, right? I want it to take up all the space at the bottom. The remaining space I want to occupy. So I just make sure I select the grid control here. And then add the property. In the property, look for dock. D-O-C-K. Oh, sorry, make sure it's here. D-O-C-K. And I select this. Click this button in the center. If I click the left, it means it dock to the left. It stick like it attached to the left side. And if I click this, it attached to the right. So this one is to the top and this one is to the bottom. So if I want to occupy the remaining space at the bottom there, right, I just click here. Click this. No, now it occupies. Okay, but you notice, wait, let me see. Okay, by right, you should be able to see the complete grid, and then you see there's a dock here or something like that. Or if you highlight, you see, you make sure the area of this grid is all, the whole thing is visible, not certain part was chopped off or anything. Sometimes it happens that if the sequence, right, of this grid is lower than this control, the ribbon control, then some part of it you're at the bottom. For instance, I show you what happens if it's at the bottom. You see something like that. If you see something like that happen, right, that means part of this grid control is covered by this another component. It can be a panel or like this case is the ribbon control. So how do I bring this back is by you highlight the grid control and right click it and then bring to front. So once you bring to front, you appear nicely, you show the whole thing. Okay. So this is the grid control. It contains the view. Here you see there's a view. The name is called grid view 1. The default, when you add the grid control, you straight away add the grid view for us already, because grid view is the important part. Grid control is like a container, but the grid view is where the data is shown, display. So I think I don't mind the name, so I don't need to change the name. Important thing I need to remember, the grid view 1 is for this control. So now I'm going to go back to my code for this load item. Okay. Now I want to show you how we can load the item into the grid view. Okay. Or the grid control, sorry, grid control. So when I click the button, right, I want to load the data. So I write something like here, write a method. You just I don't want to write inside, write in another method. So this one, maybe I'll return a data table. Okay, make sure you got system.data on top here, system.data using. If you haven't, you can add yourself. Data table. So this one get item data. Okay, next I want to know how to get the data. Here I'm going to show you SQL query. I'm going to show you SQL also for a chance to understand or learn a little bit of the table inside AutoCount accounting. But of course, all the tables inside AutoCount accounting, if you were just to use it for reference, I think should be okay. But do not write the raw data. That means don't directly insert or update to the table. A lot of times, something change or the structure change or something, right? Logic, especially data logic change, right? It will impact or affect the whole data and how to say consistency. You know what I mean? So better don't write unless you have permission from AutoCount programmers, and they think that it's okay, it's safe to write, then it's okay. But for AutoCount, all the system table, don't write anything inside. There have been cases when programmer accidentally change things inside the table, and then customer did not realize at first. Then after they discover later on, it was too late. And sometimes cannot fix at all because the logic gone already, data logic gone already, you got to start all over again. So better don't write. But for read, we are not trying to hide any secret here. For read, you can do that. And sometimes it also increase the flexibility or more efficient for you to load the data faster. So for instance, now I want to show you is to load the item data. In AutoCount accounting, of course, we got a lot of data, but it only load one data. That means here, right, if I open the stock, right, it shows me all the items, but then it doesn't show me the item UOM, which is something like master and detail. It doesn't show me what's the UOM. It only show me the base UOM. So today, if I want to do a special report that show me the item and all the UOM as a comma separator, I think that's a bit tough, right? Okay, never mind. I'll show you a simple one, not the efficient one, but simple one. How do I load? Okay, so I know the first table, the master for the stock item table is inside item, and then the detail table is inside item UOM, correct? Okay, item UOM. So these two tables, right, if I query, right, it's a separate table. All right, it's a separate two tables. But now I can get my master table out, but I also want to show the UOM of each table. If I got multiple, now I only got one. Later I'll create two UOM for one item. Okay, so anyway, I go. Now I decide what column I want to load. So item code, yes, I want to load the item code. And then I want to show the description, yes. And then what else? I want to show what is the item group. And maybe text type. Maybe I want to show my text type. Okay, and then, okay. All right, I think I'll show you the one way of quickly loading multiple table. I think you go Google search SQL, look for something like string, what is it called? A row to comma string. Okay, something like that. They'll provide you the something like HTML, something like that. This one. Oh, this one. But wait, let me see something easier to understand one. This one not so easy to understand. And find another one. Otherwise, you can do another way is a loop lah, but the one loop, you might as well let the SQL do it, it's faster. At this point, it's very fast one they do. Okay, cannot find. This one use union. There are many ways, you see, there are many ways of doing it. This is the one, the stuff. Okay, I think it's this one. Okay, I try to copy this out first, then see what's the result. So that's why this is the time that using the SQL Management Studio to try out my SQL query. So here I got one item. Let's say this one is A, alias A, and then I want to join. Let me see. I want to join. Okay, use left join item UOMB. Then on A item code. You can use auto key also, but I think I think use item code better. Item code equals to B dot item code. This is the key to join. Okay, now I need to specify this item code is from A or B table, so it's A. So A table is the master table item code. B is the detail table item UOM. So after I join, right, now I want to get the UOM, right? By using this command here. Okay, just put inside here. And then this one is the B dot UOM, right? Why this one doesn't work? Something missing. Oh, no wonder. Okay. Oh, this one is from item UOM table. Correct? Looks correct, right? And then I want to group the same item together. Group by A item code, and then description, item group. Actually, I can copy from the on top faster. So now if I run again, the item UOM is very in the select list because it is not contained in the aggregate. Oh, okay. This one is UOM. This one I need to include the item UOM. Okay, skill again. Okay, but then it shows all the item you need, right? But I only want how to set. That's why something is missing here. When something this one I forgot how already. Wait. Group by this. See how to group already. Person A. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's here. Where you add a where here. Where B. No. Where item code equals to A item code. Add this in. Okay, then I run again. So you see one only. Okay, now I go and create one UOM. I add one more UOM. Okay, where's the UOM? Oh, someone wrote it for me. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. If I saw it earlier, then I don't need to go there. Okay, then where is it already? Oh yeah, I want to add one more UOM. Okay, the multi UOM, I have to make sure it's enabled, right? Is it enabled? Cannot see one. Oh, basic multi UOM here. Okay, so I go item stop. For instance, this item, I'm going to add one more UOM. Okay, let me edit it. How come like not? Oh, okay, so here I add the box. So one box maybe got 2 units, and then maybe another one called carton. Carton maybe got 6 units. Okay, then I click OK. Okay, another one maybe I want to add something like box again. Box, but just box only. Okay, so I got 2 UOM here. So I go back to SQL query, right? And then I execute. What is this? Why box repeat one? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 become like that. Oh, wait, let me think a little. So I think I go back and use JSON one. I think JSON got it already, is it? You're using the inner join. Hey, this one can. Never mind, this one is not the key. I'll find out also later. Yeah. First I thought I can just Google search and find it, but it seems I cannot find. No, I want to show the common one, something like that. But then I don't know why the result is wrong. I got to go back and study a little bit. I forgot already actually. Yeah, cannot. Anyway, the idea is here. How I want to show. Hey, oh, okay. I think this is correct already. Except that this one I don't want it to repeat 2 times, right? Or because this one is repeating 2 times. Now correct already. Like this one shouldn't repeat so many times. So maybe I need to group by UOM. See, cannot. Still cannot. It's still split out. I don't want to make it into another table, you see. So, wait, how do I? There are a few ways, maybe this is not the best way. So I think you need to find out whether this is the best way or not. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to group again. All right, I'm going to group again because I don't want to spend time analyze how to improve this. Okay, I select out and then I'm going to group again. T1 item code, T1 description. Again, this is not a good way. There should be a better way to write this. Item, because if I got a lot of column, right? Wow, that's a lot of work. Okay, but at least this now temporarily it solved my problem. Yeah, you see, temporary solve. That should be a better way. I forgot how already. Okay, so basically you want to write a SQL query to get the result is by using some these DB tools, DB tools or something. For instance, here the DB tools is SQL Query Management Studio, SQL Server Management Studio. So after I prepare the query and then I check and then I confirm, there's no error. But you get, again, this is not a good way of writing because I remember I don't need to create table one, but I forgot how to write. So now it's very forceful. I create one already, then go and group together. Oh, I think I know how. I think I know how already. I think I put this outside. I think I put this outside. Sorry. Let me try something. If cannot, then I only put it back. Because I don't like this writing. This is not a good way. Let me try something. Wait. Yeah, I think like that better. Oh, like that better. Okay, so let's say this is the query that I want to use. I'll take this query, SQL, and then I'll move it inside here. Okay, so I'll move it to this get data item, SQL. I go back to the coding here, get data. So equals to, I put on my query here. So then I'll select, okay, this thing here, and then just add here. Okay. So put all my query back here. Don't worry, you can download this later. I will put at the wiki the download link, so you can download this sample project. But do you see you got any questions you want to ask? Oh yeah, I can paste here. You're right. I think I do this first, then I paste the whole thing there, so you don't have to type everything. Yeah, thank you for reminding. You see how tough programmer job? Not easy, right? you tidy code also not easy. Yeah. I don't know got auto adjust or anything or not, but I know some is you enter here, you create the line for you, something like that. But I still prefer this type of arrangement. Okay, so I'll copy this line over the whole thing. Not complete yet. This one is just to put in the SQL query. Okay. Oh, yeah, can also, you can use this. The whole line, everything continue can also. There's a reason why I read this. For example, if I do a testing today, I don't want certain command, right? I can just comment here. So this line won't run. It only runs to here. There's a reason. There's a reason why like that. But of course, if today you don't need to debug the query inside your code, right? You don't have to do that. But if you want, usually I do that for a reason. Okay, so once your query is ready, how do I execute this command? Okay, so I will need the something called user session. Remember user session, there are main two reasons that frequent sometimes we use. One is we know who is the current login user. Another one is to access the database. So to access the database, right, is actually called DB setting. So the DB setting is inside the user session. So you type in the user session doc, then you can find DB setting. So with this DB setting, there are a few methods that you can call the command, SQL command to the database. One is get data table. By looking at the name, right, get data table, you already know the return result of the data is inside an object called inside the class of data table. So when you call the method, right, for any method, you want to see whether it returns the value. What value does it return? For instance, in this case, right, it returns the data table. Here, okay, I can actually go. Sorry. Okay, go here. Easier to see. You see, get data tables. It returns the data tables, and then it requires mainly two parameters. Okay, I explain these two parameters first. The first one is, of course, the SQL query, a valid running SQL query. Then you put inside the command text. And then another one is whether to load the schema of the table. So schema is like the structure of the table, like you want to know what data type, and then what is the size of the column and things like that. Then you need to load the schema. Otherwise, for display purpose, usually we don't need. You just load the data in, so you just can put false. Another one is parameter. Parameter is like sometimes you want to replace the value inside the SQL query. For example, now in this example, we don't have value to replace, right? because we don't do filter or do anything. So if today, if we need to do filter or anything, then you will need the parameters. But now no need. Now this example I'm not showing yet. So what we do is the command text, we put this command text, and then I don't need schema, I put false. So at the end, the result will return a data table. So I just return it to whoever is calling my get item data. Okay. So the data table, it will contains the data as should be lah, should be same like what I'm seeing here. Okay. Okay, you want to check again and see, okay, make sure everything is okay. And if confirm no problem, maybe at this line I can shorten it by here. Okay, no need so long. Okay, like that can. So this one is only 2 lines here. Oh no, 3 lines. The thing is 3 lines. The purpose is for you to easy to read. So once I see here, I know these 3 lines, they are just to join the rows of UOM together into a comma. Okay, so now I'm going back to this button click. So button click, I want to show the data that I get from this item data. So what I do is data table, okay, DT item, item equals to get item data. Okay. Then this data table, I want to show it inside my grid view. I show inside my grid view, but this data table, I need to feed the data to the data, what I call grid control. So the grid control, right, is this one, control 1, dot, then you type data source equals to DT item. So, but get item data, you need to write something to protect the result, the execution, because it's going out of your process. Why I say out of my process is because get data table is relying the data from another server. That's SQL server. So anything can happen. Maybe disconnect or anything can happen. So once anything error came back, it will throw exception. So to prevent exception that crash my application, right? What I do is I put a try here. Okay, so I put my try to prevent any exception returned from this get item data to crash my application. So I need to put a try. Then see what I want to do with the exception. If I don't throw again, you throw again equally no try. So you don't simply throw back. Okay, so either it's a bad way that you silent it. It's better that you prompt a message or you process something or put into a log or something, but don't silent it. Because sometimes, right, we really don't know what kind of error will return. Unless you know the specific error that you know you can omit it. That means you can ignore it. Sometimes you think that in this case cannot, in this case better no. In this case better either prompt message or do something. Like sometimes later I'll show you one example that which I think should be okay if you hide the exception. But this one cannot. This one you must handle it. So In other words, I better prompt a message. So to prompt a message, you can use AutoCount. If you want the UI same like AutoCount, you can use AutoCount's prompt message, add message here. Okay, AutoCount.add message dot show error message, or you want to show warning message also okay. But if you put error message, you'll use different icon, the red color icon. So here you just put the message here. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to compile and build this application, this plugin again. Okay, after I build already, I'm going to try. So I'm going to build the package. So I open the builder, open project. Okay, then I forgot. Never mind. No need every time change the build number. Never mind. Okay, then I build package. Unless I want to release only, I change the build number. Okay, now I just want to test. So I'm going to load the form, plugin manager, install. Okay, I need to reload. Change sample. Okay, then if I click this button, oh, you see the result. Oh, so very straightforward. Okay. So any questions? If not, we take a rest. We come back at 3:20 now. 3:20 we come back. Okay, take a rest. But if you have any questions, you may ask. You may type in the chat, or you can call me. Hey, not call me. You can use the mic. Okay. After this, I'm going to show you how to do debugging. Add data, you mean create new data? Oh, filter means you want to filter the data. Oh, you mean something like that? Okay. This one? Oh, okay. This one, right? You got two types of component. One is lookup edit. Another one is search lookup edit. So in AutoCount, right, user can actually change at the tools options, and then you got use search lookup edit. Just now the one was just now the one is search lookup edit. So if you uncheck this box, right, then it becomes the lookup edit. There are two different. Some user prefer use the old way. Is this this is the old way. If you don't need the search function inside the search lookup, then this way is faster. But also the search lookup edit actually is direct load from the database, so it refresh more frequent. But for certain case, right, like if you are connecting from internet or remote connection, if you use search lookup edit, you may find it slower because it keeps loading from the server. So in that case, right, you can turn off this option and then use the lookup edit. So when we do this, the program, right, how do I, that one is a bit tough. I didn't prepare this time. It's another program to use. The class, I didn't take it out. And never mind. I'll show you a simple search lookup. I search or search lookup first. Let's say I think I use a new form. I create a new form by right click here and then add a new form. Windows form, or you can always add new item, then look for the Windows form. So here, when I add the new form, this one I call Windows form, call form lookup data. Okay. Okay, then here we search for data and CC can find out. Okay, then you found UC data code, right? And then there are two. One is control, one is data code. One is data selector. Okay, data selector is to select from to. You see all the difference. You can just drag out and see the difference. Okay, so this one is looks more like lookup edit, right? Lookup edit. Another one is search again. Another one is data control. I think this one is more like the I call the search lookup and the lookup edit inside here. I think so. And then this one is the from to control, usually used for filtering, report filtering. And then this one is a data type, right? Another selection. So I think this one is the one that if you want like the AutoCount 2.1, I think this is the one. So the components is here, but how do I initiate it? Okay. I don't know whether it's already initiated or not. Sorry, I didn't prepare this part. I need to look for a little while. I think I run first. Okay, before I run, right, I show you how to do the debugging first. Okay, I leave this here first. Basically, you need to find a component and then add the component first. But how to initiate, I need to look into it when we have spare time. But now I want to show you how to do debugging. Okay, 3:20 already. Okay. just now you saw how I copy the plugin, I mean, build the plugin and then load the plugin. Every time I need to check whether what I did is correct or not. Oh, so, but this will slow down the process. What if I can straight away, I want to do something that I can straight away immediately when I run, I can, this one how to, oh here. When I run, right, it straight away can load this plugin into my application. How can I do that? In order to do that, right, the first thing I need to do is, because I no need to build a plugin for my for distribute. So I don't have to every time to start builder to build the plugin. All I need to do is I need to build once, install it inside that account book, and then when I want to troubleshoot, right, I just load from that plugin. What I mean is load from that account book. So to do that, now I know the plugin is loaded into the account book called Testra, right? Testra, not Testra, Testra. Okay, so I need to know where this plugin is loaded in. So I'm going to show you where is it. Okay, you open up your Explorer. Then you go to App Data. Okay, App Data. Then you App Data means your roaming, roaming folder of the user. So it depends on which your username is. So here you see the auto count folder. So you click auto count, then accounting, then you got test trial. Okay, here you look for this account book. Okay, so you click into this account book, then you have one plugin cache. This hidden folder, this is a hidden folder, so you need to enable your view option here. You need to make sure hidden items can be seen. If you're not seeing this, then you need to go to folder options, and then you need to show hidden folders. Somewhere here, you look for here, show hidden folder files. So once you find this folder, right, you just double click. Then when you reach here, you look for the what you call the one GUID. On what is the GUID of this plugin? Let me see. 8A5D3E. My one is this. So depends on your computer. Your computer, if it's another GUID, then you look for that GUID. So you click into the GUID, then you find the DL here. So my purpose is to copy the DLL into this folder once I build the project. So how do I do that? Of course, I need to close AutoCount first. AutoCount cannot run. Because if it's run, right, this file is loaded, you cannot overwrite it. Okay, so to overwrite, okay, I need to copy this folder. Okay, then I need to create a file. Okay, and I go here. You should have put inside the packing. Okay, I create a file, a new file. This one maybe I say copy to cache, cache, something like that. Okay, copy to cache. Later I only rename. The name should be BAT lah, but I rename later. You must have the file name extension show. Only you can rename the extension. So what my purpose is to put in the command of copy here. Okay, copy what? Copy this file into just now that folder. Okay, just now that folder. I can put something like that. But I want to replace the roaming with the pack, with the what you call variable, the variable app data here. Okay, do I need the slash? I think no need. Let me check. Forgot whether I need the slash or not. Okay, I need the slash. Okay. Okay, so the purpose is to copy the file into that folder. So what is the DLL name? Okay, we put the DLL name. So the DLL name is this one. So I just copy over here. Okay, and I make sure it's in one line. So I copy this file to this folder. And save it. Okay, this one maybe for your reference, but I make sure it works first before I copy for you. So then, important thing is this file, I will change the extension to BAT. Okay. Then I'll put this command again. Okay, I'll put this command inside my project. Or maybe I give you this first. Where's the chat? Sorry. Maybe the search lookup I show it during the APA means Wednesday, the integration one. Or I will see how fast, but I will show, but not immediate. Copy to cache dot back. This line I just paste in the chat room, right? You put inside you may want to put inside the post build. So you go to the project properties, then build events, edit post build. Then here you paste this line in. So the name of the file is copy to cache.bat. So make sure the file name here is same, copy to cache.bat. And I want to see this one. Oh, wait. I want to see whether it works or not. Yeah, I think it works. Okay, so I'm going to copy this to chat group. So I think I can take this out. Or I go off. Okay, I take this. Where's the chat group? Okay, so you create a file name, copy to cache.bat, or make sure you can rename the extension. So once you create the file, copy to cache.bat already, then this line of code should be able to work. So now if you make sure AutoCount accounting is not running, especially that account book, if it's not running right, then you can execute here. When you rebuild, right? Whenever we rebuild, right? This file will copy to the others, the folder on your copy to that folder. So next thing I want to do is I want to execute, right? I want to execute. Now it still cannot execute, right? Because there's no, I haven't instruct the system to execute which exe file. So what I do is I go to debug. All right, I go to debug. Same thing, I'm still inside the properties of this project. Then I go to debug. Then select start external program. Okay, then you browse. You browse to see program files. auto count, accounting 2.1, and then this the exe. Okay, you select the exe file. So that means when I execute, right, I will use this exe to load that DLL. Okay, once I'm done, now I can execute. Make sure here is debug, otherwise you cannot debug the source code. Okay, so now if you see, if I put a breakpoint somewhere here, right, you should be able to break. Okay, let's say I put a breakpoint at my, where's the form 1 here? Okay, I want to have a breakpoint somewhere at this point. Then if I run the application, okay, see whether you have now you see if this, right, it means the source code is not loaded as a into the application for debugging. It's not in debugging yet, but because this form, right, is, it has not loaded the DLL. So after I log in, you see, after I log in, by right, now you see it turns, you saw how it turns to the red dot now. That means if you see the red dot means successfully this source code can now be debugged together with your application. So if I go to this form, right, and then if I click this load item, you see, you got a breakpoint, stop at the breakpoint. So at the breakpoint, right, I can check what is the problem or things like that. So for instance, now I accidentally did something wrong. I typed something wrong inside my code. Let's say I forgot to put a comma here. All right, you have error, right? See what's the error? Let me see. It should be SQL error. So if I execute, right, now it will show something like that, right? The error. So now, if I input this, right, and then if I execute this application, okay, then if I load the item, oh, here, unknown SQL exception, incorrect index, stuff like that, huh? Oh, but this message is not good enough, right? Actually, this message, I changed the message into a prompt. It's not good enough in the sense that I don't know where this is, correct? It's just an SQL error. I don't know where this happened. So yeah, I think here, right, you want AutoCount to be able to capture this error, right? Wait, let me think how already. I also forgot. I think it's throw. Let me see. AutoCount should be able to capture this or not. Let me check. Okay, this one, it was have a breakpoint here, right? And not breakpoint, you crash at this place, it tell you what is the error. So from here, right, you know that the error is there is this load item and where it is. And then if you view detail, you can trace the error also by looking into the stack trace here. Okay, here. So, but then let's see if AutoCount can capture this error. If I continue to run it, oh, also cannot. How already? AutoCount also cannot capture. I was expecting AutoCount will have the exception handle the window. I forgot how to write that part. No, this one is a message. I don't want the message. Never mind, we use a message prompt first. Okay, use a message prompt. But then we can improve it by telling it where the error is. Show the message. Oh, how to handle it really? Okay, ex.message. Yeah. But then if I want to improve my message instead of just showing the SQL error, right? I can probably add something like this one happened in item load or item load, load item or something like that. So that I know where this happened. Better still, I can show what form is this, what form. So you see how you want to get a clearer error message so that when user screenshot, so you know where is the error. Okay. So that's how we can load the data and then to display on our grid view. Okay. And also how we can debug our code by trying running from our Visual Studio. So we don't have to keep on building, because at the end, after you've done the testing, everything fine, then you build again, then send to customer or to distribute. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is the UDF. I want to show you the UDF. Before UDF, I show you the access right first. What is access right? Remember earlier on this morning, we got the 2 empty space that we actually is for to control the visible and to open the form, the access right. You see, now it's empty, and then you saw I've been opening the form without prompting any access right violation or things like that. But now if I put something, I simply put something, BA like that, then if I execute, that means it's not empty string anymore. So if I execute, wait, I cannot execute first thing. You see, I click, there's nothing show me. Because there's it thought that there's an access right. The first thing is I think it's what I need to know which one is A, which one is, I mean the visible is for which one. So the first one is visible, means you cannot see the menu. And second one is to open, whether you can open. So if I put the visible back to empty, then let me see what happened. Oh, now I can see. But if I click, then it shows me access denied. So you know, AutoCount, we can set the user right by going to general maintenance, access right maintenance. So inside this access right maintenance, we can assign which user can access this function. Okay, now it's all blocked. So we want to create this access right now. So how do I create and where do I create? So access right usually registered, we need to register the ID, access ID, something like that, command ID. So that ID usually is start at plugin initiate or at this time. Remember this, we want to create the register, the access right. Usually it's at this time before load. So I'm going to put here the code. So here, how do I register or create the new access right? If I put here, right, it's like you mess up a lot of code. So usually I'll create another class. I'll create another class. I'll add a new item or new class. Okay. Okay, I add another class. And this class name, I may call it access right. Okay. Make sure the class is selected. Okay, click add, then create a new class. So whether I think I need the user session or not, but usually I'll just create the the user session here. If you are sure no need, then you don't need to create. You can leave it empty. Okay, but I just create first, just in case. Okay, so here same thing. I create a private user session. So the bottom here, I'll assign the user session. Okay. Then here I'll create the what do I call? I think public register, register. So register access right? So now I want to create two access right. One is for the visible or visible, another one for open the form to access right. Okay. So you go to auto count dot authentication access rights dot sometimes I will forget suddenly. Oh, sorry. Access right record. I think accessory record is the one. So yeah, sometimes too long then try. Also cannot. Oh, okay, wait, never mind. Don't worry. I got the source code one. It's just sometimes lazy to go back and check. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I just forgot that actually it's in front of me, but forgot how to do. Okay, so first I want to do the root, right? Because it's better that you have your own session of access, right? So I will create as a root first. Then here you use new auto count access right record. Okay, here like that. Actually, just use new. Okay, so when I want to create one access right record, right? What is required is I need to see what is the value that I need to provide. One is the command ID, one is the parent command ID, one is description. So usually if I'm calling this is a root, right, means it's a top level. So top level, usually your command ID, you just, it's not so important. Maybe you can call it something, I'll create a variable for you. Root equals to But you still want something that's unique, no? You want something unique, then not any name, because you may crush or conflict with others. Better create something that, like for example, if my company is AutoCount, I put AutoCount in front, and then AC the plugin name, something like that, plugin for AC21, and then behind here is my function name. My function name is called form1. Now there's no proper name. Okay, so I'm going to call form1. And what do form1 or just form1? No, this one is the root. Sorry. So this one is the root first. Okay, then I got one command ID is open. Okay, open. But this I think I will create as an instance outside here. Sorry, I create instance outside here. So this one maybe I call it for internal string. Sorry, constant string. And then this one is command ID. And then it's a plugin for AC21. And then this one is called open. Okay, this one is a variable. This one is variable, but I'm going to put it here. And then another one is visible. So I just copy from the top one. Or this one is visible. So maybe I just use visible. Okay, yeah, like that. So this one I change to visible. Okay. So 2 command ID and then 1 root. So the first one is the root, right? Then I'll put the command ID as a root. Okay, here. So there's no parent. And description, I put my plugin and description. So my plugin description is called what? Let me think. Call this, right? Okay, I call use back the name there. Okay, yeah. Okay, second access right is the command ID that I want to create for the open. So record open equals new access right, record. So this command ID is cmd ID and open. And the root is IC root. The description is to open form1. Okay. This one is 0 root. Okay. So the third access right record is visible. Same again. 3 parameters. So this one is visible. And the parent is the root. And then this one can view form1 on main menu. Okay. So now I create these 3. It's just the record of the access right, but it doesn't actually register into the system. So how I do and what do I need to do is use back the access right record. dot which one already? Let me see. This one is is the map. Yeah, map. Okay, access right map. Oh, I need to register to add this three record into my system. So access right map dot add access right record. So the first one is IC root. I need to add the top level first, otherwise cannot find. Then the second one, I can add the open and visible. Access right map, add access right record, open access right map dot add access right record, visible. Okay. So the whole process is just to register these three access right record into the system. And oh, sorry, you should put a void in front because it doesn't return any value, or you should put a void in front. Okay. So this one is to prepare the class. Oh, so I've done the class of access right. Then I'll need to call this register method from plugin initiate, right? I need to call it from there. So I go back to plugin initiate here. Then I just put in the one called access rights. Oh, because it's not a static, so I need to create the access right class. Then dot register. Oh, but this access right need the user session, so I put e dot user session here. Even though it doesn't use, you can remove if you want. It doesn't use. So you just call like that. You can register the access right. So where does the E come from? The E come from the parameter of the befollowed, or inside this befollowed, the E contains the user session. Okay, now I done the preparation all done already, but there's still one more thing that I need to do. Otherwise, how the system know that where do I need to control, right? Which point do I want to control? Currently, I already tells what is the command ID, right? So I go back to the form 1. So inside the form 1, you see just now this empty string, but I replace with something else, A or B or V or O, right? So the V, right, I just put a marking there. But now, since I already have the command ID, so what I want to do, I want to replace it with the command ID. So it's under register, no, register, access rights. Under the access rights, dot, you see the command ID showing up. So you put the open here. And no, this one is visible. Okay, Then the second one is open. Okay, because too long. I put in second line. Okay, so this also same access right. Command ID. We open. This one is open. Oh, this one. So now if I execute this program, all right, I'm going to execute. I think I'm going to remove this. Don't need the breakpoint yet. For now. So I run it. Okay, so I won't be able to see, right? You see, I click, I cannot see the menu. So I go to access right, maintenance. You see, the plugin for AutoCount Accounting 2.1, another session. Oh, so I don't add inside the AutoCount Accounting session. I add another level or at the top level. It means, so I open up, I see two access right. One is open, one is can view. So this can view form one or main menu, right? Let's say I put admin and I apply. So now I can see the form one. So if I click right, now I cannot access. Then I assign a user to the access. Okay, apply. Then I go here, train open form. Now I can access. Oh, okay. What if today I want to add one more access is to allow some user, maybe I say allow them to see the content here, and then maybe I load. Oh, I forgot to change back. Okay, never mind. And then I want to control the load, right? Some user can click, some user cannot click. So what I do is, okay, before I forget, right, I need to put back the comma first. Okay. So how do I control when user click the button and there's an access right control to block or to allow? That is the same way of doing it, just the instead of putting the command at here, right? We put the command somewhere here to decide whether to allow or not to allow. So we create the new access right. We're going to create the third access right. So the third access right, maybe we call it, we go back to the access right class. We go back to access right class. So the third one, maybe we call it can load item. So same thing here, I need to register the class. So to register class, you need two steps. One is to create the record. Then another step is to add to the map. That's the register. Okay. Maybe I change the sequence of the visible. Visible first, then only open, then only can load item. Okay, so how do I implement? So I go back to form one. When I click right, I have to check already. So I'll just add in the checking here. So how do I check is I can use the user session here. User session dot is no, it's accessible. Access right is accessible. Okay, so you use this method called is accessible. Then you put in the command ID. So what is the command ID? The command ID is the one that just created. We just created. So that one is can load item, huh? And do you see the it's accessible? It will decide by a Boolean, true or false. So that means by looking at the word, right, it's accessible. If true means you can access. If false means cannot. So that means if false, right, I want to exit means return. Okay, means exit. So but then this one true exit, then it's wrong, right? So I want to false the negative becomes true. So you put the exclamation mark in front. So if not accessible, in other words, it's not accessible, return. So you can say this is if not, you add something not accessible. Then if it returns right, then it won't be able to execute the code here. Or maybe before return, you want to show a message or not? If you want to show a message, right? How already? Let me think. I think there's a function that allows you to show a message. Is it this one? Let me see. Okay, no more show message. Never mind, we see first. I think this one will show message. Okay, never mind, I execute now. Cannot. Okay, I'm going to remove the access. Oh no, I think I haven't. No. Hey. Oh, I haven't registered. I mean, at the cannot be. I registered already. Let me try again. Hey, how come only two? Where is the third one? Oh, I just now I copy. That's why copy also quite dangerous. Yeah. I didn't change the command ID. Okay, so remember to change the command ID. Otherwise, it's a missing one access right. Okay, so right now I cannot access right, no access right. So if I go to open the form, if I click this button, nothing happened. Actually, I wanted to show the access violation form. Wait, let me think. Suddenly go blank. Maybe if you want to show the access right form, right? Actually, I done this before, just forgot already. Access right. Get user. Dot create. Create. Let me try. Oh, how already? Never mind. If I find out tomorrow, I let you know. I forgot how already. Okay. I thought it's supposed to have some parameter here, true or false, to show the form. You know what I mean? Then suddenly, how come the one is missing? Or maybe another one is it? Let me try another one. No, it's not this also. But never mind. Anyway, that one is to prompt a form. I used to be able to prompt if it's not accessible. And then I remember something, it got a setting to say, anyone remember or anyone knows about it, that you can prompt the form to say that this user has no right to access. So far, no one responded yet. Never mind. If you have, you just put in the chat group. So basically, these are the things that today I want to share. And then, there's one more, I think. Wait, let me see. One more. UDF. Okay, and then the create a custom table. Okay, UDF, all right, is something that quite useful in the sense that user can add more columns to their data entry experience that allow them to put extra data. But this one is to create the form. I think no need one. No, oh, need, no? Never mind, I go back. Thanks, Marsha. I go back and confirm that this is the only way first. If this is the only way, then really have no choice. But I remember last time no need one, but never mind, I check first. Thank you. There's also another way of doing it to prompt the access right form by calling the form object. Maybe the 2.1 changed already. I haven't noticed. No. Okay, so now we look at the UDF. How do we create the UDF column? Like in where I call invoice. Let's say invoice. I want to create extra columns. So we go to Management Studio. Okay, so you can find the AutoCount Accounting 2.1 Management Studio, and also if you cannot find in your menu, right, you can go to C Program Files, AutoCount. Okay, you see this exe is called accounting, is the main application. But if you want to look for the studio, right, it's called studio. It should be somewhere here. Here. Or this one is the management studio. So what do I know? What can I do with the management studio? User can use this management studio to add UDF columns. Okay, you go to tools, user defined field. Let's say I go invoice, and I want to add the column here inside the invoice column. Here means maybe I'll put in something like name one. Just put the name one. Okay, as a text. You see, when I put, right, this is the field name, or this one is the field name. This one is to the display name, caption, and type is important. You have to select which kind of type. So you got a few types here. You got text, you got decimal, you got integer, you got date, and so on. So interesting part is you also can find system type here. System type is when you create UDF with system type, you can define what system type of it, what system type it is. Like for instance, if I select this system as a data, means this UDF becomes a selection for me to select the data code. So if I put item, see got item or not? If I put item, so this UDF becomes a selection for me to choose which item. So it's very quite flexible here. So I create a simple one, maybe called text. Oh? And text, right? You got size that you can define how, what is the length of the, or how many alphabets that you can put in for if it's text. So here is a 50, limit to 50, but don't create too big one. Or usually you create sufficient, but not too big or too small. Sufficient is good enough. Depends on the information you're going to key in. And for example, here maybe I put create a name. The text size is 100. So I created one. Then if I save, done, huh? But if I'm doing a plugin, and then this plugin requires a UDF like name1 or name2, something like that. And every time if I create, I need to ask user, every time when I install the plugin, I have to ask user, hey, you must remember to create a UDF, or otherwise you cannot use. Then hate it, right? Then that will be a big issue. So what I need, for example, now I want to do something in the item. User say I need a column in the item called name1, no? Name1. But that name1, right? I in my this plugin, I want to load the name1 also. Okay, the name1 maybe I put somewhere here. Okay, in the master data, I got one UDF called name1. Okay, then if it's the UDF, right, I have to put the column name or the field name as UDF underscore name1. So today, if I got put this inside my query in any inquiry, I will get error because the UDF is not created. So if I want to use my plugin to create the UDF, so I need coding, right? So how do I create the code? Okay, so I'm going to create a new class. This new class I'm going to call UDF. Okay, this one I think I definitely need the user session already. So, or DB setting I would say, but then I'll just add user session. I'll just make it like very consistent now. Even though I just need the DB setting. I wish there's an automate here. Every time when I create a class, it will create this for me. Okay. Oh yeah, one more thing to do. Okay. So here, maybe I write a class. I know, write a method called register UDF. Okay, so this register UDF, I want to do is add the column in the item table or item table. So I need the I need something like the class to create the table. For the UDF, I need the class. So it's under UDF. So AutoCount.udf. AutoCount.udf dot wait. Wow, something. Okay. It's okay. I got ready. Sometimes copy too much already. Too long, then write your own code, you forget about it. Where is it already? Here. Yeah, this should be the code. Okay, I'll copy this over. Okay, I copy the whole thing here. We are put in the chat. Just need to modify lah, huh? I just need to modify. I put in the chat group, but I still need to modify. Okay. So what I do is just now the code I just paste inside the chat and copy and then put here. Then we modify from here. So the first one, actually just now I was looking for is a UDF table. The UDF table is to load the UDF, all the UDF into the table. Okay, but here is where I define the new UDF that I want to create. This is the one. So this new UDF, right? I assign to this value called ufill, or maybe I can just keep this in one line. Like that. Okay. So the field name is name one. Okay, not UDF name one, not UDF name one. Okay, so you just put name one, because when we create this UDF, this name one, right, in the database it will create as in the database it becomes UDF underscore name one. So here I'll just put name one, and this name one maybe I say this is the caption of name one. Maybe I say name one data or data, just like that. So the type of the UDF we must define is the type of the UDF is text. And the size 100. Okay. Then this just a preparation. From here to here, they are just a preparation. Then from here, you start to load the data in. So you get the data table in, you must load the correct data. So here the data of table is the which system table I want to add the UDF. So it's item, right? Item table, the master table of item table. And DB setting, we can get it from user session. Okay. Then followed by just add and save. That's all. Okay. So you may also want to check whether this UDF already exists, right? That's the same. You can check the table to see whether the name of name one already exists in the table. That's our way. But if you already in the system and then you save, right, you'll generate error. So it's better to check. That error it generate is an exception. You can capture it here, you can capture it and then swallow it. Remember just now I mentioned something about certain error, maybe it's okay, you just silent it. But some other error you cannot. You must still throw out the errors. But for this constraint exception, it means that this field, right, that I create in the UDF table is called name one. But this name one is a unique column. Unique column means it cannot repeat two times. If it repeat two times, right, you throw constraint exception. Then capture it and then just silent it. Swallow it, because I know this error is expected if I doing the same action again. But again, if I can check before the exception is better, because otherwise, every time, exception is very costly, right? To throw exception is very costly. So to check, right, usually I will check the table. Okay, this table, right, if ut dot should be, I need to know the or dot select I don't write if first. I write the because write if there is a bit. So UT is the table. Then select. No. Oh, this is UDF table, not. Yeah. Oh, the table is here. UT table dot select. So what I want to find is the table name, right, for the UDF field name lah. And just go to the UDF table to check first. It should be field name, field name, right? So the field name equals to something like I put this already. Oh, I put a question mark in front. So then here I put the U field name. Okay, U field name. Okay. So if it detects that it has, right, it select out it has, right, it should return some rows, right? So these rows I will count. If then here I put if this count is more than 0, means it has not. If it has, right, then I return. Oh. Okay, but got error. Oh, I think this one you need a okay, something like that. So it counts whether they have this field inside this table or this field. If has, it return, so it won't execute any further. But I think can but this way of writing also no good because it suddenly return in the middle of the code is very bad. So I think I just write like that better. Okay, sorry, better change like that. Okay, so if the result of the count is 0, means they cannot find any field inside the item table. That means the name one is not created before, then only is safe. I think that better. But still, this is to protect protection. Something may happen. That let's say 2 computers log in at the same time. At the same time, we go and check. One computer check, one computer, and then create already. Then this computer again access, then you get error. Sometimes that's why this is still to protect. We cannot think that, hey, I already write a condition here, so it's safe lah. So I can just remove this very confident. No, better not. You know that this could happen, especially when you got 2-3 persons log in at the same time, right? Then one computer check no, another computer I'm not the computer that first log in check no, and then go and create. But while create that time, right, the second computer thought that is no also. Then something will happen. You try to create also, then 2 try to create, then you still get the constraint exception. So we still need the protection there. But we don't want every time also throw exception. That's why we write this to reduce the chance of throwing out the data exception. Okay, I think today, thank you for your time. If you have any question, you can write in the chat, or you can on the mic and then share with everyone the questions. Otherwise, for today, right, I hope that you all have learned enough, and there are still some homework that I need to do today. You all give me some homework, right? Next time I should give your homework. Okay, so I'll go back and check the lookup edit. Actually, I didn't prepare that part. Because the part is quite difficult actually. So tomorrow we'll continue to learn the plugin, and we'll try to load some report and also more data creation and things like that. And then there are also like lookup lah. Actually, lookup was my plan for tomorrow. That's why today I quickly cover most of the easier part. Today is the easier part first, and tomorrow some of the topic will be harder, which also for me need more time to go through first. Okay. Any questions? No questions means you're missing in action or you're already slept already. Hello. Can we get today's recording? The one you got it. I don't think so, because by the time I don't know whether they're going to process the video or not. I don't know if they cut the video or they just release out. If they just release out, maybe you can get I'll check with my colleague and see. And then PDF. We got wiki lah. If the resources is in the then it's in the wiki. The programming resources there.
So I search
Overall, you can say it's API. API. You just look for API. Everything actually is considered API in the programming there. So you just go to the what you call the wiki autocadsoft.com, and then programmers that area, all the resources consider API. Can say all programming resources are there. Wait, I thought I got a page here. Let me see here. With S. What happened? Never mind, I go to the main one. You go to main page, main page, then you scroll to the bottom, you see this icon here. The C# here, then you click into it. Consider all the available resource, not complete, because quite a lot. So like for plugin, right? 01, I did the tutorials here, the 01, but 2.1 I haven't completed yet. Like for the 01, right? It goes to the step-by-step, how you create your first plugin, the set. You see some of the information is missing, is it different? Because 2.1, we added the error email, and also added the set the what you call developer express. At that time, don't have. So these are the tutorial you can follow here. But it's 1.8. The step is still the same. The step is no different. So if you follow the tutorial of 1.1 and 1.8, you still can, but then you need to know how to convert to 2.1. It's similar, the step is same one. Okay. So the project I try to upload today's project, I try to upload and make it available at the wiki site to download. Then maybe tomorrow before you start the class, you can download it and take a look. Okay. So if nothing else or no questions, then I hope to see you again tomorrow morning at the same time, 10 o'clock. Then post I think has to done by my post department because quite long I don't touch post already, so I cannot do the tutorial. I think at 5 years don't touch post already. I don't even know the plugin how to load. Sorry about that. But I try, if I learn something, I will share with you all. Huh? I will share. Okay. So tomorrow 10 a.m. same time, and nowadays I usually will end around 4 to 4:30, not up to 5. Okay, so you'll have time to digest, and then tomorrow is see you all again. Okay. So if nothing else, then I will I would say where to stop the sharing. I will stop the sharing and log out. And thank you for your time.